Chapter 395. After refining my body with the lightning and fire, it's time to leave this place. After Zhou Jie came out from the Six Paths world, he looked at the rampaging lightning and fire laws and thought to himself with excitement. The 2,300 years of cultivation took up almost half of Zhou Jie's life. If it was before he became an imperial emperor, Zhou Jie wouldn't even think about cultivating for such a long time. But after he became an imperial emperor, he realized that once he had a goal and motivation to improve himself, cultivating for a few thousand years was not a problem at all. Just in terms of comprehending the laws, once he entered a meditative state, he would be able to immerse himself in it for hundreds and thousands of years without feeling the slightest bit of boredom or even the passing of time. After 2,300 years of cultivation, Zhou Jie's divine body had changed tremendously. Just the increase in cultivation alone had strengthened his divine body by quite a bit, so enduring the baptism of the laws of lightning and fire was just a piece of cake for Zhou Jie. The effects were just icing on the cake. Half a month later, Zhou Jie summoned Ziyan and under her lead, they left the crater. Zhou Jie knew that Ziyan was a follower of ancient divine emperor. She was not very talented and was still stuck in the imperial emperor level. But because of that, her strength was extremely terrifying for those below the imperial emperor level. When Zhou Jie first came here, he already felt that Ziyan was unfathomable. But now, even after his cultivation base had greatly improved, Zhou Jie still felt the same way. This made Zhou Jie realize that there was still a huge gap between him and Ziyan. After leaving the crater, Zhou Jie went to find Zhou Qingxian and Imperial Emperor Tianqi. Zhou Qingxian and Imperial Emperor Tianqi were worried that Zhou Jie had disappeared for such a long time. Not long ago, Zhou Qingxian even asked ancient divine emperor about Zhou Jie's situation. After learning that Zhou Jie was in seclusion, they could only wait. Now that Zhou Jie had come out of seclusion, Zhou Qingxian and Tianqi Emperor were very happy. After some discussion, the three of them decided to have dinner together tomorrow night to talk about their respective situations in the past 2,000 years. However, before that, Zhou Jie still had something to do. After saying goodbye to the two girls, Zhou Jie went to the cliff where Divine Emperor Yi Gu lived. With Ziyan's permission, Zhou Jie went in and saw the white-robed Divine Emperor Yi Gu in a wooden hut. "It's been a long time since we last met. Your Highness has made great progress in your cultivation. Congratulations," Sacred Emperor Ancient said with a sincere smile when he saw Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie thanked him and went straight to the point. "Senior, I have a favor to ask. I hope you can help me." Hearing this, Saint Emperor Ancient Yi was taken aback. Then, he smiled and said, "Oh? What do you need my help with, Your Highness? Just tell me. I will do it for you if I have the ability." Zhou Jie was overjoyed when he heard the affirmative answer from Sacred Emperor Ancient Yi Gu. He quickly suppressed his excitement and said, "I would like to ask you to help me revive someone. Can you do that?" "What is her cultivation level?" Sacred Emperor Ancient Yi Gu asked. He was not moved by Zhou Jie's question at all. Apparently, he was capable of reviving someone. "She is only a Star Lord. Can you revive her?" Zhou Jie quickly replied. He could not help but sound excited. "As long as her true spirit still exists in the True Spirit River, I can revive her." Sacred Emperor Ancient Yi Gu nodded and gave an answer that made Zhou Jie ecstatic. However, Sacred Emperor Ancient Yi Gu continued, "However, if she has been dead for too long and her true spirit has been reincarnated and dispersed, there is nothing I can do." Sacred Emperor Ancient Yi Gu's words shocked Zhou Jie. He asked anxiously, "True spirit has been reincarnated and dispersed? What do you mean?" Sacred Emperor Ancient Yi Gu explained, "When a living being dies, the soul will disperse, but the core of the soul, the true spirit, will enter the True Spirit River under the influence of the universal laws. The stronger the true spirit is, the stronger the true spirit will be, and the stronger the summoning power of the universal laws will be. To revive a dead person, one only needs to resist the summoning power of the universal laws and reform the true spirit into a soul. However, if the true spirit enters the true spirit river, it will disperse and become the sole origin of other living beings under the influence of the universal laws. Then, even transcendents or saints will not be able to reform their true spirit, and that will be the real death. The real death. After hearing Sacred Emperor Ancient Yi Gu's explanation, Zhou Jie's face turned pale. However, he still had some regret. When he met Sacred Emperor Ancient Yi Gu before, he had thought of asking him to revive Ling Shuer. However, Sacred Emperor Ancient Yi Gu had asked him to focus on cultivation. Zhou Jie was also afraid that he would have no time to take care of Ling Shuer, so he thought it would be better to finish his cultivation before reviving her. However, now that he knew that the longer Ling Shuer died, the more likely her true spirit would disperse and be reincarnated. Therefore, Zhou Jie realized that the sooner Ling Shuer was revived, the greater the chance of her being revived. However, Zhou Jie could not think too much about it. He could only hope that Ling Shuer's true spirit had not dispersed. He took out Ling Shuer's frozen body and asked Sacred Emperor Ancient Yi Gu, "This is the person I want to revive. Please give it a try." Sacred Emperor Ancient Yi Gu looked at Ling Shuer and nodded, "Sure." Then, Zhou Jie saw Sacred Emperor Ancient Yi Gu raise his left index finger and pointed at the void. Suddenly, a twisted black vortex appeared. Zhou Jie sensed it subconsciously and his face turned pale. When his soul power touched the vortex, he immediately felt a terrible suction force. More than 20% of his soul power was devoured. If Zhou Jie had not cut it off in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Your Highness, don't try to sense the vortex. Otherwise, even your true spirit will be sucked away." Sacred Emperor Ancient Yi Gu's voice rang in Zhou Jie's ears as soon as he cut off the connection. Zhou Jie hurriedly replied. Then, a white light flew out of the ancient Sacred Emperor's body and flew into the black vortex. It was filled with terrifying soul energy. Zhou Jie could not help holding his breath, waiting for the result with his heart hanging in the air. As time passed, Zhou Jie's heart was still hanging in the air, and he was breathing heavily. It took about 3 minutes for Sacred Emperor Ancient Yi Gu to enter the vortex, but to Zhou Jie, it felt as long as 3 centuries. When the white light flew back into Sacred Emperor Ancient Yi Gu's body, Zhou Jie waited until Sacred Emperor Ancient Yi Gu opened his eyes and asked, "How is it, Sacred Emperor Ancient Yi Gu?" Sacred Emperor Ancient Yi Gu and Zhou Jie looked at each other. Sacred Emperor Ancient Yi Gu hesitated for a moment and then said, "Your Highness, I did not find the true spirit of this girl in the true spirit river. I'm afraid." Although Zhou Jie had expected this a second ago, he still fell into a daze when he heard Ancient Divine Emperor's words. His mind was completely blank. Seeing this, Sacred Emperor Ancient Yi Gu could not help but sigh slightly. He comforted Zhou Jie. Life and death are predestined. Even divine transcendence cannot escape the cycle of life and death. Your Highness, my condolences. I know. Sorry to trouble you, Senior. Zhou Jie seemed to have heard Sacred Emperor Ancient Yi Gu's words and came back to his senses. Then Zhou Jie took his leave and returned alone to the arranged residence, an immortal's cave located in the mountains. After sitting cross-legged in the cave residence, Zhou Jie once again took out Ling Shuer's frozen corpse. He calmly gazed at Ling Shuer's beautiful but pale face. He felt that all the memories of Ling Shuer were so familiar, as if it had happened yesterday. After a long time, Zhou Jie came back to his senses and closed his eyes. His face trembled slightly, as if he was trying to suppress some emotion. Suddenly, Zhou Jie opened his eyes, and there was a cold light in his eyes. "Shuer, even if your true spirit is gone, I will find a way to revive you. Since the origin law of the universe can control people's life and death, as long as I can control it one day, I will definitely be able to revive you. If transcendence fail, I will become divine transcendence. If divine transcendence fail, I will surpass divine transcendence, until I am with you. After saying this, the sadness in Zhou Jie's eyes disappeared. Then, he put away Ling Shuer's body and forced himself to enter the state of cultivation. Because Zhou Jie had agreed to meet up with Zhou Qingxian and Zhou Qingxian the next night, his cultivation this time did not last for long. After barely recalling what he had learned in the past 2,300 years, Zhou Jie left his cave abode and went to Zhou Qingxuan's place. Chapter 396. During the gathering with Zhou Qingxian and Zhou Jie did not show any sadness. In fact, he seemed happier than usual. From time to time, a smile would appear on his face, and he would drink with the Celestial Cavalry Emperor. During the gathering, Zhou Jie and the other two talked about their cultivation experiences in the past 2,000 years. Zhou Jie learned that when he was cultivating in seclusion in the Six Paths space, Zhou Qingxian and Yu Zhenghai had also received special training from Divine Emperor Ancient Times. Their strength had improved tremendously. It was truly a case of, when a man achieves the Tao, all his friends and family will ascend to heaven. What Zhou Jie envied the most was that Emperor Tianqi had obtained a wisp of Divine Emperor Tianqi's supreme divine sense as a life-saving measure. This wisp was even stronger than the supreme divine sense that helped Zhou Jie and the other two defeat Zack and Rodrith. It was enough to protect one's life in front of a peak imperial emperor. Zhou Qingxian had also gained a lot. After all, she was acquainted with Sacred Emperor Yi Gu. The benefits she gained this time allowed her to break through the bottleneck she had been stuck in for a long time and become a peak-stage imperial emperor. Sacred Emperor Yi Gu had also given her a life-saving item. After that, Zhou Jie and the other two discussed their future plans. Zhou Jie said, "As per Senior Ancient One's request, I will be cultivating at his place for a period of time before I can leave. As for where to go, I want to go to a place where I can kill wantonly and master the blood sea arts. After that, if there are no accidents, I will leave the fourth dimension and head to the central universe to train." Zhou Qingxian and Emperor Tianqi had no objections to Zhou Jie's proposal. After Zhou Qingxian said that she would follow Zhou Jie, Emperor Tianqi naturally followed Zhou Jie without hesitation. After the gathering, Zhou Jie found Divine Emperor Tianqi again and prepared to receive a new special training. Divine Emperor Tianqi asked about Zhou Jie's progress in the Six Paths inheritance. After pondering for a while, he raised his finger and cut open the void, summoning a fiery red token from it. The token was as dazzling as a crimson flame. Waves of extremely high temperature and extremely shocking waves were released from it. It seemed that even the space was about to be burned and destroyed. Zhou Jie felt that his divine body was boiling hot and soon, he had the illusion that his mouth and tongue were dry. He subconsciously activated the shield transformation to release a defensive energy, which made him feel much better. At this time, Divine Emperor Tianqi grabbed the fiery red token in his right hand. Suddenly, the waves emitted by the token stopped abruptly. Divine Emperor Tianqi then said, "This is the Holy Phoenix Charm." To be more precise, it should be called the Holy Phoenix Charm. It is a special imperial weapon. The reason why it is special is that it can be used even by Star Lords, as long as they are approved by it. Of course, if a Star Lord is approved by it, they can only use a small part of its power. Similarly, if an imperial emperor is approved by it, he or she will not be able to use its full power. From this point of view, the Holy Phoenix Charm is like a natal divine weapon. Its power will increase with the strength of the user. In fact, this sacred phoenix talisman is also the second life divine weapon of my second doppelganger. With it, you can control the laws of fire in the universe and control the laws of fire. Since Your Highness has a deep understanding of the laws of fire, using this sacred phoenix talisman will be like adding wings to a tiger. He paused for a while and then continued, there are 3 fire spirit kings, 10 fire spirit generals, and 100,000 fire spirit soldiers in the Holy Phoenix Talisman. The more fire spirit soldiers, the more fire spirit generals, and the more fire spirit soldiers you can deploy. The more fire spirit soldiers, generals, and kings you can deploy. The more fire spirit kings you can deploy, the more fire spirit soldiers, generals, and kings you can deploy. However, this is still not the limit of this talisman's power. Your Highness will comprehend it on your own in the future and will be able to understand how to unleash the full power of this talisman. As for now, even if this old man explains it, it will be of no use. Speaking of this, Divine Emperor Ancient spread out his right hand that was holding the sacred phoenix charm. Immediately, the power of the charm was withdrawn and it flew to Zhou Jie. At the same time, Divine Emperor Ancient added, next, Your Highness will try to subdue this sacred phoenix charm. After that, Your Highness will be able to leave. This talisman contains 3 divine thoughts left by me. When in danger, Your Highness only needs to use one of them. Under the Tao Creation realm, the third and last step of the Emperor Universe realm, this divine thought will sweep away everything for Your Highness. Hearing this, Zhou Jie did not have time to respond. The sacred phoenix charm in front of him was enlarged rapidly. A strange power swept over and immediately drew Zhou Jie's soul into it. In a flash, Zhou Jie found himself on the surface of a red barren planet. Everything around him was red. The space was distorted by the unimaginably high temperature, which made everything in front of Zhou Jie blurry. Under the terrible heat, Zhou Jie felt that his body was about to burn. He immediately used energy to protect his body. However, to his horror, he found that the energy particles were sucked away by the power of the law of fire like quicksand. Under the crazy flow, the energy that Zhou Jie controlled was exhausted in a flash. His body was about to burn and explode again. Just when Zhou Jie was feeling helpless, a shocking pillar of fire suddenly burst out from the horizon in the distance. It was completely composed of dark blue flames. In the depths of the pillar of fire, there were even some black and gray flames, which seemed to be accompanied by space cracks. Immediately after, there was a loud bird cry. An incomparably huge fire phoenix flew up from the ground on the horizon. Its wings were millions of miles wide, and it could really cover the sky. With a flap of its wings, it rushed into the black-red sky above, causing the sky to tremble and a vortex to appear inexplicably. After the fire phoenix appeared, the burning sensation in Zhou Jie's body reached its limit. It seemed that as long as Zhou Jie relaxed his resistance, his body would be burned into nothingness. Roar! Zhou Jie was forced to let out a low roar. The burning heaven seal appeared in his left eye. Suddenly, the surrounding power of the law of fire that was suppressing him was affected, and part of it helped Zhou Jie to resist. Zhou Jie was wondering if he had to defeat the fire phoenix to get the approval of the Holy Phoenix Talisman. However, the fire phoenix screeched again. Its body was suspended in the air, and it looked up at the sky above Zhou Jie's head. Zhou Jie sensed something at the same time. He looked up, and his pupils could not help but shrink. Above Zhou Jie's head, there was a giant that seemed to be made of pure white flames. Its white fiery hair fluttered behind its head, and it was wearing white armor. It had the domineering aura of a sovereign. In the next second, the white giant raised his hand and clenched it in the direction of the huge fire phoenix. The fire phoenix let out a wail as if it had been crushed by some kind of tremendous force. Its entire body shattered at once, and it quickly turned into a ball of dark blue flames that surged toward the white giant like a meteor. the white giant's body was like an ant compared to the fire phoenix, and it was just as small compared to the ball of flames that the fire phoenix had turned into. However, under Zhou Jie's shocked gaze, when the huge ball of flames arrived above his head, it exploded into a storm vortex and was crazily absorbed by the giant. This absorption lasted for a few minutes. During this period, Zhou Jie endured unimaginably terrible pressure and high temperature. His entire body cracked, and some of his flesh and blood were burned into nothingness. Zhou Jie tried his best to control the law of fire to resist and counterattack. Only then did he not die in body and soul. Finally, the white giant finished absorbing the dark blue flames that the fire phoenix had turned into. Its entire body was still pure white, but there was an additional gray mark between its eyebrows, which looked extremely abrupt and strange in comparison. At this time, most of Zhou Jie's body had been burned away, and he looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. However, his eyes were still flashing with the two marks of the law of thunder and fire. Between his eyebrows there was a faint white glow. This was the protection from the Tianji mirror, which gave Zhou Jie's body a trace of coldness to resist the scorching heat. Originally, Zhou Jie should have been pleasantly surprised by this situation, but at this time, he did not have the energy to pay attention to it, because this body was actually his soul. His soul was severely damaged, so he was extremely weak, and his consciousness and reaction were obviously slow. Zhou Jie subconsciously raised his head and looked at the white giant above his head. At this moment, the white giant also lowered its head to look at Zhou Jie. Their eyes met, and the gray mark between the white giant's eyebrows suddenly flashed. Zhou Jie immediately felt like he was struck by lightning, and his vision was completely covered by the gray mark's light. In an instant, Zhou Jie felt an unimaginable pain, as if every cell in his body was instantly burned by fire. All the pain was released in an instant, and it struck the depths of his soul. Zhou Jie felt like he had died for an instant, but he finally regained consciousness. Before he regained consciousness, there was only one thought in his mind: "For swear I cannot die." It was this simple but persistent thought that prevented Zhou Jie's consciousness from completely falling, and he finally succeeded in receiving the mark to control the sacred phoenix symbol. Chapter 397. In reality, the sacred phoenix symbol, in front of Zhou Jie, suddenly retracted all its fluctuations. Following that, it condensed into a pale white complex mark that landed between Zhou Jie's eyebrows. In the next second, the sacred phoenix talisman suddenly disappeared between Zhou Jie's eyebrows. An extremely vast power of the law of fire enveloped Zhou Jie's entire body and began to transform his divine body. Those who obtained the approval of the sacred phoenix talisman would be able to wield the power of the law of fire in the universe, and they would also be impervious to all fire. Seeing this, Sacred Emperor Ancient could not help but nod his head in satisfaction. Zhou Jie had been transformed by the sacred phoenix talisman for 69 days, but in Zhou Jie's memories, he felt as if he had been roasted in a furnace for centuries. When everything was over, Zhou Jie opened his eyes. Instantly, a powerful force of the law of fire appeared. If the ancient divine emperor was not right in front of Zhou Jie, the house they were in would have been burned to ashes. "Congratulations, Your Highness! You woke up faster than I expected." Sacred Emperor Ancient could not help but laugh when he saw Zhou Jie waking up. Seeing this, Zhou Jie hurriedly stood up and bowed. "Many thanks to Senior Saint Emperor for the gift." Instead of responding to Zhou Jie's gratitude, Ancient Divine Emperor asked directly, "What do you plan to do next, Your Highness?" Zhou Jie was stunned when he heard the question, but he immediately replied, "I plan to go out and train. I will first find a place of slaughter to cultivate blood sea tactics, and then go to the Central Universe. I wonder if Senior Saint Emperor has any recommendations?" Zhou Jie had an idea and added the last sentence. Hearing this, Ancient Divine Emperor smiled and said, "In that case, Your Highness can consider going to the Morwen Star Sea in the second dimension universe. There is a sealed realm there, where the World Emperor keeps alien races and cultivates his disciples. This is the sealed realm trial token. I asked for a few in my early years, and now I have 3 left. With this token, you can enter and exit the sealed realm freely. As he spoke, Ancient Divine Emperor flipped his right hand, and 3 ancient black tokens appeared in his palm. Then, he waved his hand and threw them to Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie immediately took the 3 tokens and felt the great power sealed in them. He thanked the ancient Divine Emperor and solemnly put the tokens away. Seeing Zhou Jie put away the tokens, Ancient Divine Emperor's face turned serious. Then, he said, "Your Highness, if you meet someone who recognizes my token, just tell him that you have inherited my legacy. Don't tell him that I am still alive, or the consequences will be unimaginable. I have set up a restriction in the memory of Your Highness, and no one below the transcendent level can read it. Your Highness, don't worry." Zhou Jie's face turned serious when he heard this, and he quickly nodded in agreement. "In that case, Your Highness, you can leave whenever you want. Just tell Ziyan, and she will take you out of here," Ancient Divine Emperor said, with a hint of loneliness in his eyes. Zhou Jie saw the expression on Ancient Divine Emperor's face, and his heart was moved. However, he did not say anything, and after saying yes, he left. One day, Zhou Jie and the other 2 found Ziyan. Under her guidance, they passed through the blood beasts and came to the top of the canyon. "Ziyan will see you off here, Your Highness." "Thank you, Senior Ziyan." Zhou Jie quickly expressed his gratitude, and watched Ziyan return to the bottom of the blood beast. "Let's go." Zhou Jie turned around and said to the other 2. Then, he flew away at a low altitude. At the same time, on a huge rock in the periphery of the Origin Land, Rhodes opened his eyes, and a faint white light shone between his eyebrows. He is not dead, but he has disappeared for more than 2,000 years. How strange! Opposite Rodrith, there was also a huge rock. On top of it sat the jet-black Zack. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and said in a muffled voice, "Rodrith, I've waited with you for 2,000 years. According to what you said, the benefits will be doubled. Of course. The target has many treasures. After I get what I want, the rest of his treasures will belong to you, Brother Zack. I will also give you the ancient god's heart's blood," Rhodes said calmly. His eyes were like torches, but he was not looking at Zack. Instead, he was looking at the distant sky. "I just want to take back the sword that my master gave me. I will give you the promised treasures." At this time, Huang Yi, who was sitting cross-legged not far away, said. However, Zack and Rhodes ignored him. Apparently, they did not take his request to heart. Letting him participate was just a matter of convenience. On the other side, Zhou Jie and the other 2 rushed out of the Origin Land at a much faster speed than when they came. Soon, they arrived at the periphery of the Origin Land. At some point, Zhou Jie suddenly called out to Zhou Qingxian and the other 2. The 3 of them immediately stopped flying. Zhou Jie looked at the void not far away and said to Zhou Qingxian and the other 2, "There is a small problem. Let's take care of it." "Okay." Zhou Qingxian and the other 2 also sensed the abnormality in the void in front of them and responded almost at the same time. It was also at this time that the void where Zhou Jie and the other 2 were looking at fluctuated slightly. 3 figures appeared almost at the same time. At first, they were about 100 meters away from Zhou Jie and the other 2, but as the 3 figures solidified in the air, they were only about 20 meters away from Zhou Jie and the other 2. When Zhou Jie saw the 3 people who appeared, his eyebrows were like knives, and his eyes became even colder. "Huang Yi, Zack, Rhodes," Zhou Jie thought to himself. At the same time, he had a guess as to why the 3 of them appeared together. Obviously, the reason why the 3 of them could intercept him here was because Rhodes could sense him through the core of the divine secret mirror. Zack might be the helper he called over. As for Huang Yi, his master's sword was in his hands. Therefore, it was normal for him to want to take it back. If it were more than 2,000 years ago, Zhou Jie and the other two would definitely run away if they encountered Rhodes and the other two. However, it was different now. Zhou Jie and the other two's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. This gave them the confidence to face them. Zhou Jie had the confidence to face Rhodes, Zhou Qingxian had the confidence to face Zack, and Emperor Tianqi had the confidence to face Huang Yi, especially when Huang Yi did not have his master's sword. When Rhodes and the other two saw Zhou Jie and the other two, they were a little surprised. This was obvious. Just based on their cultivation alone, Zhou Jie and Zhou Qingxuan's cultivation had improved by a small level. As for Emperor Tianqi, because he spent most of his time on heart force cultivation, he was still in the middle stage of the Emperor realm. However, he was not far from the last stage. Of course, just the improvement of Zhou Jie and the other two's cultivation was not enough to make Rhodes and the other two wary. Therefore, after a brief moment of surprise, Rhodes' cold gaze fell on Zhou Jie. Then, he slowly said, "This time, let's see where you can run." As soon as Rhodes finished speaking, Zack's eyes flashed fiercely. He stared at Zhou Qingxian and shouted, "I said I would kill you. Last time, you were lucky to escape. This time, I will kill you." When Zhou Jie and the other two heard this, their expressions turned cold. Energy began to surge from their bodies, causing the surrounding space to faintly tremble. Rhodes' gaze was still fixed on Zhou Jie. He said to Zack and the other two, "Then it's just nice. One each. Let's do it." At the same time, Zhou Jie also said to the other two, "One each. Rhodes is mine." Zhou Qingxian and Huang Yi flew to the side. When Zack saw this, he moved and chased after Zhou Qingxian. Huang Yi naturally chose to chase after Emperor Tianqi. In an instant, only Zhou Jie and Rhodes were left in a 1,000-meter radius. The atmosphere gradually became heavy. For some reason, Rhodes suddenly felt that Zhou Jie gave him a sense of threat. This was something he had not felt in the past 3,000 years. It was precisely because of this inexplicable feeling that Rhodes was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he chose to confront Zhou Jie and gradually exerted pressure on him with the law of space. Zhou Jie activated the 9 stars transformation. Majestic astral powers immediately surged throughout his divine body. A wave of pressure was automatically released and easily offset the pressure exerted by Rhodes. However, as time passed, the pressure from the law of space grew stronger and stronger. It was as if it was going to shatter the space around Zhou Jie. This made Zhou Jie frown. In the next second, he took a step forward and threw a straight punch at Rhodes. Rhodes' pupils shrank when he saw this punch. His heart was filled with shock. This didn't mean that the power of Zhou Jie's punch was enough to threaten Rodrith, but in Rodrith's impression, even if Zhou Jie used his full strength more than 2,000 years ago, it wouldn't be much stronger than the current punch. However, Zhou Jie's cultivation had only increased by a small level, and the power of his punch had reached a level that even Rodrith felt he was nothing more than that. How could this comparison not shock him? Chapter 398. However, even though he was surprised by Zhou Jie's transformation in just over 2,000 years, Rodrith's reaction wasn't slow. Facing Zhou Jie's punch, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he actually chose to counter with a punch of his own, colliding head-on with Zhou Jie's. Boom! Both sides retreated as soon as they collided, and the force generated from the collision swept out in all directions. Both Rodrith and Zhou Jie were visibly moved. Both sides were shocked that the other side actually had the same physical strength as them. Zhou Jie naturally didn't have to say much. After cultivating for over 2,000 years, his divine body had improved greatly, especially after completely comprehending the 9-star transformations, causing the explosive power of his divine body to increase greatly. In addition, His cultivation wasn't much different from Rodritha's. Zhou Jie originally thought that in terms of divine body strength alone, he could sweep through those of the same level and even crush peak Imperial Emperors, but he didn't expect that he would only be evenly matched with Rodrith this time. Rodritha's thoughts were similar to Zhou Jie's. He was a genius, and he had cultivated for less than 10,000 years. He had a main body and a clone, and his main body's comprehension of laws was extremely deep. Just the power of laws alone made him stunning. However, it was precisely because his main body needed to comprehend laws that the power of his divine body was relatively weak. Thus, Rodrith let his clone cultivate the divine body, hoping that after his main body and clone fused in the future, he would be able to perfectly break through to the Imperial Emperor realm. The one fighting Zhou Jie now was Rodritha's clone that specialized in cultivating the divine body. Its comprehension of laws was shared with his main body, and it only had about 80% of his main body's comprehension of laws. Previously, when Alders had dealt with Zhou Jie, he had merely used the power of laws. Now, when he saw Zhou Jie using the power of his divine body to clash with him, he had wanted to use the power of his divine body to defeat Zhou Jie. Interesting. Rodrith stopped after retreating a few hundred meters. His eyes flashed fiercely, and for the first time, he had a strong fighting spirit against Zhou Jie. Do you dare to compete with the power of your divine body again? In the next second, Rodrith shouted. At the same time, a circle of blue light erupted from his body, and it was constantly changing like waves. Zhou Jie's eyes turned cold when he heard Rodritha's question. He immediately replied, "Why wouldn't I dare?" Before his voice died away, Zhou Jie's whole body was surrounded by light blue starlight, and it even caused the land below to resonate with him. This was the ultimate meaning of the 9 changes of stars: to change with the stars, to move the stars, to move the stars, and to control the stars, to defend. At this moment, the origin continent Zhou Jie was in was like a planet. Under Zhou Jie's secret technique, in a sense, it had become a part of Zhou Jie's body. Rhodes's eyes were sharp. He immediately saw the clue of Zhou Jie's god-body secret technique. His face changed slightly, but it soon turned into joy. What a powerful godly body secret technique. Let's see if my blue-tide physique is stronger or if your secret technique is stronger. Rhodes thought to himself. He had already pounced forward. This time, he did not use his spear. Wearing the blue battle armor, he threw a punch at Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie was not afraid when he saw this. He threw a punch at Rhodes. With this punch, it was as if the entire world was fighting for Zhou Jie. Or rather, it was as if everything had become Zhou Jie's punch. Compared to Zhou Jie, Rhodes's fist was as small as duckweed on the sea. It was immediately overwhelmed by the power of Zhou Jie's punch. Boom! Rhodes's face changed slightly. His body was restrained by Zhou Jie's punch. However, when Zhou Jie's punch landed on Rhodes's body, it was dissolved by the rings of blue light. It was like rainwater falling on a smooth glass surface. It could not break through at all. Rhodes's face darkened slightly. He took another step forward. He still did not use the power of laws. He wanted to compete with Zhou Jie with the power of his godly body secret technique. Since his opponent did not use the power of laws, Zhou Jie naturally would not take advantage of the situation. He roared, burst forth with monstrous battle intent, and threw another punch. Boom! Boom! This time, the collision was very direct. Rhodes and Rhodes' fists almost collided, causing the void to shatter. The terrifying recoil forced the two of them to retreat. Try taking another punch from me. After being blocked again, Rhodes was really angry. He immediately transmitted his voice to Zhou Jie and took another step forward to throw another punch. Heaven and earth began to ripple as Rodrith punched out. Layers of ripples appeared in the void as if it had turned into water. A terrifying pressure surged forth, crazily pressing down on Zhou Jie from all directions. This time, Zhou Jie could not help but narrow his eyes. He was deeply moved by Rhodes's punch because he knew that he could not do such a powerful punch. However, this did not mean that Zhou Jie could not compete with it with the power of his godly body secret technique. Divine Martial Arts Secret Technique, Staining 18 Falls. Boom! The world changed color and the void collapsed. This collision erupted with a terrifying power that even ordinary peak emperors would be ashamed of. It swept across a radius of hundreds of miles, affecting the battlefield of Zhou Qingxian and the others. Your Highness! Zhou Qingxian was distancing herself from Zack when a terrifying wave suddenly came from afar, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. She could not help but be shocked. Zack's expression also changed. He looked in the direction of Rhodes and said with a gloomy face, "What is Rhodes doing? With his strength, is there a need to make such a big commotion when dealing with an enemy of the same level?" At the same time, Aldroz's expression changed drastically. The blue light around him collapsed and reformed over 100 times in an instant. He retreated madly in midair, and he actually retreated over 1,000 meters before coming to a stop. What kind of secret technique is this? Rhodes could not help but be shocked. He looked at Zhou Jie with eyes full of terrifying coldness. Relying on the stained clothes 18 falls to perfectly reflect the power of Rodratha's punch, Zhou Jie had to expend quite a bit of effort to do so. However, he still managed to emerge unscathed, unlike Rodrath, who had been forced to retreat in a sorry state. From the looks of it, Zhou Jie was clearly slightly better than Rodrath in this contest of divine bodies. The divine body secret technique that his doppelganger was so proud of had lost to Zhou Jie. While Rhodes was shocked, he also felt an unprecedented killing intent toward Zhou Jie. He had previously wanted to kill Zhou Jie and seize the divine secret mirror, so the two of them had already become mortal enemies. However, if Zhou Jie had abandoned the divine secret mirror and successfully escaped, he would not have chosen to pursue him. However, from now on, even if Zhou Jie fled to the ends of the earth, he would still kill him. This person's divine abilities and secret techniques are not inferior to mine. Especially after 2,000 years, he has changed so much. His talent is probably not inferior to mine. Since such a person is my enemy, I can't let him live. Rhodes decided in his heart. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, and his figure disappeared. Almost at the same time that Rhodes disappeared, Zhou Jie's pupils were replaced by the Burning Heaven Seal and the Extreme Thunder Seal. At the same time, the chaotic laws of thunder and fire in the world were rectified and controlled. With Zhou Jie's current comprehension of laws, he could not use all the laws in the origin like Rhodes, but he could use the laws of thunder and fire that he was most proficient in. In the next second, Rhodes flashed to the right side of Zhou Jie's back. He was less than 3 meters away from him, and he slammed his palm toward him. Zhou Jie had already sensed it. He swung his fist back, and the surface of his fist burned with light blue flames. Bang! Both sides retreated as soon as they made contact, but they stopped retreating in an instant. Rhodes' long spear suddenly appeared, and the spear pierced out, causing the void to collapse. Even Zhou Jie could not react before it landed on Zhou Jie's chest. At that time, Zhou Jie was taking out the primordial 8 slashes and was pushed back by the spear. A destructive force penetrated his body, causing him to snort and retreat violently. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Even with the shield transformation defense, and the strengthening of his divine body by the 9 changes of the stars, Rhodes' attack had caused nearly 20% of Zhou Jie's divine body to collapse. However, at the critical moment, Zhou Jie instantly suppressed his injuries. The burning heaven seal in his left eye was released, causing the void to explode. Endless blue flames burned toward Rhodes. However, Rhodes did not retreat when he saw this. Instead, he advanced. His long spear pointed directly at Zhou Jie. All the flames that swept toward him split apart around his body, not being able to touch his divine body at all. In the blink of an eye, Rhodes' long spear collided with Zhou Jie's burning heaven seal. Suddenly, a terrifying energy vortex erupted. Even Rhodes had to retreat quickly, and Zhou Jie also retreated violently. However, as he retreated, the extreme thunder seal in Zhou Jie's right eye shot out like lightning. He took the opportunity to go straight for Rhodes. Endless thunder suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, illuminating a radius of 100 miles as if it was daytime. Chapter 399. Facing Zhou Jie's lightning attack, Rhodes quickly took out a pitch-black branch. It was the Thunder God Wood's origin branch that Rhodes had wanted to exchange for the divination mirror. As soon as the branch appeared, the large amount of lightning laws that were attacking Rodrith actually broke free from Zhou Jie's control and gathered towards the branch. In an instant, the branch was dyed a dazzling silver white. The branch of the Thunder God tree floated before Aldris, and boundless lightning converged towards it. During this period of time, Aldris wasn't harmed at all. Zhou Jie's pupils constricted when he witnessed this scene, and he instantly gained an understanding of the branch of the Thunder God tree. It was indeed a treasure. Especially to Zhou Jie, its value was comparable to a top-grade Imperial Lord artifact. Because Zhou Jie had spent nearly a third of his time studying array formations in the past 2,000 years, he had a deep understanding of the various array formation materials. This branch of the Thunder God tree before him made Zhou Jie think of an extremely powerful array formation. If he used this branch as the core of the array formation, it was extremely likely that he would be able to set it up. This thought flashed through Zhou Jie's mind. Immediately after, he withdrew the extreme thunder seal without hesitation and released the burning heaven seal again. Together with the primordial 8 slashes, he activated the universe primordial flames. Roar. The universe primordial flames, as the name implied, could burn the universe and had the power of primordial chaos. This time, under the indirect activation of the burning heaven seal, Zhou Jie released an extremely large amount of it. It was the size of a person. Previously, Zhou Jie had released a ball the size of a person's head at most. As soon as the dark golden universe primordial flames appeared, it instantly burned the void. It was as if a large amount of oil had been poured into the void, causing it to burn and explode wildly. Under Rhodes's shocked gaze, the universe primordial flames instantly ignited half the sky. Under its power, all the other laws were annihilated. Rhodes couldn't even teleport if he wanted to. At that time, he only felt a heat wave in his face, and his entire body was scorching hot as if it was about to burn. In this moment of crisis, the blue armor on Rodritha's body burst forth with endless blue light. Circles of blue ripples appeared madly, blocking the dark golden flames that were constantly approaching Rodrith. As the golden and blue collided, a series of rumbling explosions were heard, and the void area where the collision occurred was completely annihilated. Luodrice's eyes were filled with killing intent. His spear erupted with a myriad of brilliance, directly tearing through space and piercing through Zhou Jie's body from hundreds of meters away. Zhou Jie felt the space in front of him suddenly crumbling, and the shocking dark blue spear light attacking him, causing his face to change. Without any time to think, he raised his hand and used the limitless 100 strikes. Bang! Zhou Jie was directly pushed back by the spear light. He was pushed back over 100 meters in the air before he could stop himself. His eyes were filled with unconcealable shock. However, this trace of shock was replaced by killing intent in the blink of an eye. Zhou Jie suppressed his injuries, the energy in his entire body surged, and the limitless 100 strikes quickly slashed out. First slash, second slash, third slash, fourth slash. At the same time, the blue light on Rodritha's body seemed to solidify. He held his spear and directly broke through the void of the universe's primordial flames. His distorted figure flashed, and he arrived in front of Zhou Jie. The power he carried could only be described as terrifying. However, Zhou Jie was not to be trifled with. At that time, he had used the limitless 100 strikes to the limit, and in an instant, he had slashed out more than 30 times. Moreover, the power of the slashes had merged together, and it just so happened to meet the sudden appearance of Rodrith. Rodrith was not afraid of Zhou Jie at all. Facing the power of the limitless 100 strikes, he thrust his spear forward. Under the power of the spear, it was as if everything in the world had been reduced to a background, and even time and space had stagnated because of it. Zhou Jie seemed to be in a trance for a moment, and Rodrith's spear collided with the power of the 30 slashes. At that moment the collision was silent. Light and shadow crisscrossed, and the vision could no longer capture any distinguishable scene. In Zhou Jie's perception, it was as if a planet had collapsed in front of him. Under the terrifying power, it caused space to distort to the extreme, disintegrating and forming a vortex similar to a black hole. Zhou Jie seemed to have unconsciously slashed out 46 times, and he felt an irresistible force invade him. He instinctively retreated, but he was unable to completely dodge in time, and his entire body was sent flying. Rodrith was also sent flying, but the armor on his body erupted with waves of waves, crazily resisting the collision force, and minimizing the damage to the minimum. Although Zhou Jie had shield transformation, compared to Rodrith's armor, the defensive effect was not on the same level. He was immediately injured again, and he was bleeding from all 7 orifices. At this point, Zhou Jie was shocked by Rodrith's strength, and he decided not to hide anymore. He chose to explode in a round to determine the victor. In an instant, Zhou Jie's eyes were replaced by the thunder and fire seals, and the astral power around his body disappeared, turning into specks of golden light. The golden light was like silk at first, but after Zhou Jie opened and closed his eyes, it became extremely dazzling, like a brilliant sun, and it even emitted the power to seal the sky. Great Sun Transformation Technique. Zhou Jie had been cultivating the Great Sun Transformation Technique for quite some time, and his progress was extremely fast. This technique was not difficult, but it was not easy either. As mentioned before, this technique was difficult because it was extremely dangerous to cultivate, and many people were intimidated by it, so it was difficult. Other than that, there was almost no other difficulty. It was precisely because of this that Zhou Jie, with his temperament, was like a fish in water when cultivating this technique. In more than 2,000 years, he had actually groped for this technique to great success. The reason it was said to be grasped and not cultivated was that Zhou Jie could rely on his own methods to bring out the might of the Great Sun Transformation Technique, but it would greatly damage his divine body. However, if he truly cultivated it to the Great Sun Transformation Technique to the mastery stage, it wouldn't be like this. Dong! The golden light around Zhou Jie's body reached the extreme, and he seemed to have turned into a golden sun. Then, he punched out, and an invincible and terrifying penetrative power attacked Rodrith. At this moment, Aldroz's expression couldn't help but change drastically. Because in his perception, Zhou Jie's punch was like countless sharp swords, and it had pierced through the heavens and the earth around him and pinned him there. There was nowhere for him to escape, and he could only face it head-on. The secret technique he has is actually stronger than mine. Just where did he come from? At that moment, Rodrith could not help but think to himself in shock. However, driven by his unwillingness to admit defeat, Rhodes roared for the first time. His calm demeanor was swept away, and his divine body instantly expanded to over 1,000 meters tall. A long spear pierced out, tearing space apart. Rodrith's powerful stab collided with Zhou Jie's punch, directly shattering Zhou Jie's fist momentum, and Rodrith's spear continued to pierce toward Zhou Jie. However, Zhou Jie's punch was only a way to vent his excess momentum. After his punch was broken, Zhou Jie held the primordial 8 slashes in his left and right hand. The primordial 8 slashes was a combination of 2 swords, but it could also be separated. In an instant, he slashed out dozens of times. Boom, 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 boom. This time, the collision continued. Both sides could be said to have used all their strength, and no one was willing to back down. The terrifying aftershocks of the collision were endless, causing the world to be completely engulfed by chaotic energy. The void seemed to not exist, and everything seemed to be in chaos. On Zhou Qingxuan's side, the battle with Zack was quite a stalemate. Zhou Qingxian was far from Zack's match back then, but now that she had become a perfected imperial emperor, she could use her main law in the origin. In addition, her cultivation base had improved in all aspects, and her strength had changed drastically compared to back then, so she was able to fight Zack. However, Zack's strength was indeed terrifying. Just as he had said back then, he could completely crush Zhou Qingxian with just 30% of his strength. Even though Zhou Qingxuan's strength had soared, Zack's full strength still made her fall into a bitter battle. Especially when Zack used all his strength to use his race's sacred weapon, the purple-black giant axe. This axe was called Pangu, and it was personally refined by the ancient god king countless years ago. After that, it was refined by the celestial giant king again. Its normal power was comparable to an emperor weapon, and in the hands of the ancient gods or celestial giants, it could even unleash 200% of its power. If not for this weapon, Zhou Qingxian would not be at a disadvantage against Zack. Moreover, the battle between Tianqi Emperor and Huang Yi was even more so. If they did not use their trump cards, they could not do anything to each other. However, they knew that they were not the main force, so they did not want to risk their lives. Therefore, the battle was in a stalemate. The battle seemed fierce, but it was actually nothing. When Zhou Jie used the Great Sun Transformation technique to fight to the death with loaders, the terrifying shockwaves even affected the battle between Zhou Qingxian and the other 3, causing their expressions to change. They stopped and looked at each other again. Chapter 400. Zack's expression turned gloomy when he sensed the terrifying shockwaves from the collision. Rodruth, I'm not as strong as this person, but where did this guy come from? He can actually fight Rodruth to this extent? Zack's eyes flickered as he thought of this. For a moment, his emotions were complicated, and his killing intent towards Zhou Qingxian was thrown to the back of his mind. At the same time, Zhou Qingxian was rather surprised by the change in Zhou Jie's strength as well. Even though Zhou Qingxian was aware that Zhou Jie could fight and even defeat late-stage imperial monarchs with his full strength while he was still a mid-stage imperial monarch, there was still quite a gap between them. This time, both her and Zhou Jie had broken through a minor realm in their cultivations. So, merely in terms of the improvement in their cultivations, the difference in their strengths was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. If Zhou Qingxian was several times stronger than before after breaking through, then Zhou Jie was more than 100 times stronger after more than 2,000 years of cultivation. In this way, Zhou Jie's current strength was sufficient to defeat Zhou Qingxian. It was even to the extent that if he utilized the sacred phoenix talisman with his full strength, then he might be able to kill Zhou Qingxian. Similarly, he might be able to kill Zack as well. This was Zhou Jie's true strength now, and it was sufficient to kill an ordinary peak imperial monarch. Even though Zhou Jie had yet to use the sacred phoenix talisman in his battle with Rodruth, the shock waves from their battle had reached the level of peak imperial emperors. This was the reason why Zack and Zhou Qingxian were shocked. The shock waves from their battle had reached the level of peak imperial emperors, which meant that their true attacking methods were completely superior. However, even at this stage, Rodruth and Zhou Jie were still unable to determine a victor. Both of them had powerful divine bodies and endless secret technique. Neither of them could completely injure the other in a short period of time, so they were still in a stalemate. However, this stalemate had already reached its climax. Boom, boom, boom. Rodrith attacked crazily with his spear, and his aura was like a rainbow. Zhou Jie's eyes were red from the killing. He continuously used the infinite 100 strikes and the lightning fire seals, and his attacks even surpassed Rodrith's. However, Rodrith relied on the astonishing defense of his armor and did not fall into a disadvantage at all. He attacked Zhou Jie fiercely and forced his opponent to retreat. Heavenly Thunder Purple Phoenix Seal. At some point, Zhou Jie let out a furious roar. The thunder and fire seals fused together and the limitless 100 strikes was slashed out 41 times, crazily raining down on Rodrith. Luo Dries also roared angrily. His divine body released countless rays of blue light that gathered on his spear. He thrust his spear forward, increasing the power of his spear by 20%. As a result, the battle between Zhou Jie and Alders could not continue. The battle between Zhou Qingxian and Alders was simply too shocking. After the terrifying collision, the shock waves continued to spread, affecting the battlefield of Zhou Qingxian and the other three who were 10,000 meters away. In the end, the four of them tacitly agreed to stop fighting and watch, intending to witness the outcome of this shocking battle. In the eyes of Zhou Qingxian and the others, the area where Rodrith and Zhou Jie were located was completely engulfed by various energy storms. They could only vaguely see which ones were clashing with each other. As for Zhou Jie and Alder's movements, they could not see or sense them at all. As for Zhou Jie, who was immersed in the battle, he had somewhat forgotten about his moves at this time. He was almost relying on his reaction to make his move. As he continued to exchange blows with Rodrith, the more he fought, the braver he became. Rodrith fought fearfully and gradually became unable to endure. Suddenly, he chose to retreat, and a milky white energy burst out from between his eyebrows. Zhou Jie chased after him with his saber. When he encountered the milky white brilliance, he suddenly felt as if his body was penetrated by a mysterious force. This feeling was extremely strange. Although it did not affect the power of Zhou Jie's moves, it inexplicably made his hair stand on end. Then, Rodrith struck back with his spear. Zhou Jie could sense that its power was not as strong as before. However, when the two collided, Zhou Jie's expression changed drastically. Rodrith's spear perfectly interrupted his infinite 100 strikes. Rodrith's spear strike had repelled him with just one strike that contained the power of 8 directions. Zhou Jie was repelled by the spear strike. Rodrith followed up with another strike, unleashing his peak power at Zhou Jie. Die! At this moment, Rodrith's fighting spirit was swept away. His expression was extremely calm, and the might of the spear in his hand did not weaken in the slightest. Zhou Jie's gaze swept across the milky white brilliance between Rodrith's eyebrows. Only then did he realize that the divine secret mirror between his eyebrows was emitting a burning sensation, as if it had sensed some kind of danger. Zhou Jie did not dare to underestimate the premonition of the divine secret mirror. He immediately used the divine secret mirror to its limit. Under the extreme state of this technique, Zhou Jie could only maintain it for a short period of time, and after it ended, he would become very weak due to the heavy injuries to his divine body. Dong! In an instant, the golden light condensed all over Zhou Jie's body once again erupted into a reddish-gold color, and then quickly contracted, forming a golden armor that covered his body. There was also a faint golden lightning jumping on it. Facing Rodrith's spear strike, Zhou Jie did not use the infinite 100 strikes this time. Instead, he activated the universe primitive flame and swept out. The milky white brilliance between Rodrith's eyebrows flashed violently in an instant, and the trajectory of his spear changed slightly, as if he was looking for the weakness of Zhou Jie's attack before the collision. Boom! Another collision occurred. Zhou Jie felt a sharp piercing his body, but it was almost ineffective under the defense of the divine secret mirror. However, this was enough to make Zhou Jie feel shocked. According to Zhou Jie's prediction, the power of Rodritha's spear just now was not enough to break his attack and hurt him. However, the truth was that for some unknown reason, under the situation where the power of the spear did not change, it suddenly contained many changes, and actually defeated the strong as the weak, restrained his attack, and achieved a breakthrough. However, Rodrith was even more shocked by the power of Zhou Jie's divine secret mirror. This even made him feel a sense of inferiority and frustration. This was because Rodrith knew that he relied on the core of the divine secret mirror between his eyebrows to be able to see through Zhou Jie's moves and restrain them. This was the power of a magic treasure, and not his own strength. After a short moment of shock, Rodritha's killing intent towards Zhou Jie grew stronger. Without hesitation, he took out a yellow compass, vast star net, heaven and earth reverse freeze. Under Rodritha's urging, the yellow compass that he took out instantly merged into the void, and the next moment, a large part of the void above Zhou Jie's head was torn apart. An extremely terrifying aura poured down, making Zhou Jie feel as if he was carrying a giant star, and he even felt a little breathless. "It's time to end this." Rodritha's low voice at this time echoed between heaven and earth, like the voice of heaven, fell into Zhou Jie's ears, and gave him a lot of pressure. Holy Phoenix Talisman. In the face of the suppression power of the vast star net, Zhou Jie was powerless to resist. At the moment, he could only shout and summon the Holy Phoenix Talisman that was given by the ancient divine emperor. Boom! As soon as the Holy Phoenix Talisman appeared, it was accompanied by a golden-red flame that tore the void, vaguely like a fire phoenix breaking out of the void, and with a strong pressure, it instantly broke through the suppression power of the vast star net. Rodrith was about to use his spear to kill Zhou Jie, but at this moment, he could not help but change his expression. How is this possible? He actually hid such a treasure. Rodrith could not help but say. In his shock, the spear in his hand stopped abruptly, because at this moment, he changed his mind. This person must die. Rodrith made up his mind and simply closed his eyes. Zhou Jie was about to urge the Holy Phoenix Talisman to kill Rodrith, but when he saw this, his pupils shrank as the saying went, "There must be something wrong when things are abnormal." He did not believe that Rodrith would give up the duel just like that. Just as Zhou Jie was in a daze, the divine secret mirror between his eyebrows crazily emitted bursts of scorching heat, as if a great crisis was about to befall. What on earth is it that made the divine secret mirror so alert? At this moment, Zhou Jie could not help but change his expression, and he was horrified in his heart. At the same time, a circle of dense white light suddenly appeared on Rodritha's body. The moment that light appeared, all the rules stopped. Zhou Jie felt as if his whole body was suddenly strangled, and he could not move at all. However, this strange situation caused Zhou Jie's pupils to contract crazily to the extreme. He said in shock, "Extraordinary power!" Boom! Just a second before Zhou Jie's consciousness was about to stagnate under the extraordinary power, a loud rumble suddenly broke out in the peaceful world. A huge finger appeared from the endless sky above, and instantly touched Rodritha's body at an amazing speed. Chapter 401. The moment the gigantic finger appeared, Rodritha's transcendent energy instantly dimmed. Rodritha's face turned pale from shock. He raised his head, but before he could see clearly, he felt an explosion in his mind. The treasure in his soul realm that was protecting his soul shattered, and even his soul source was destroyed. In less than a second, Rodrith was killed by the giant finger. The transcendent power in his body quickly condensed into a drop of transcendent power. Seeing this, Zhou Jie was shocked, but he also understood what was going on. In the next second, Rodritha's divine body also collapsed into nothingness, leaving only some of his treasures in the air. At the same time, a figure in a white robe appeared in the void. It was Holy Emperor Egu. After Holy Emperor Egu appeared, he waved his hand and took the drop of transcendent power in front of him. Then, he carefully examined it for a while. Seeing this, Zhou Jie did not dare to disturb him. After dispersing the divine body secret technique, he stood quietly in the air. Not long after, Holy Emperor Egu sighed and turned to look at Zhou Jie. At the same time, he raised a finger, and the drop of transcendent power immediately flew toward the giant compass that was fixed above Zhou Jie. Your Highness, this drop of transcendent power is useless to me, so I'll give it to you to protect yourself. However, before you reach the Emperor Universe realm, please do not use it in front of other Emperor Universe realm experts. The transcendent power is difficult to be sealed, and this compass treasure can be used as a seal medium. Therefore, I'll store the drop of transcendent power in it. However, before the drop of transcendent power is used, the compass treasure cannot be used. As the ancient divine emperor spoke, the vast star cluster above Zhou Jie's head quickly shrank and merged with the drop of transcendent power. Soon, a blinding white light was emitted. After a series of powerful energy waves, the only thing left in the sky was the yellow compass that had shrunk to the size of a palm. Thank you, Holy Emperor Egu. Zhou Jie hurriedly expressed his gratitude. As soon as Zhou Jie's voice trailed off, the vast starry sky landed in front of Zhou Jie. With a thought, Zhou Jie stored the vast starry sky into his infinite space ring. Although Zhou Jie's infinite space ring was large enough to store all kinds of treasures, as Holy Emperor Egu had said, many treasures could not be stored in the infinite space ring. As for Zhou Jie's infinite space ring? Zhou's infinite space ring? Infinite space ring was the inheritance of the Holy Land of Zhou. Even a transcendent could not easily find its contents. Your Highness, Holy Emperor Egu's infinite space ring, said Holy Emperor Egu. All the treasures left behind by Rhodes after the collapse of his infinite space ring flew to Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie's eyes lit up when he saw Rhodes' treasures. He looked at one of the treasures in the middle. It was a round ball that was emitting a milky white light. It looked very simple, with countless complicated patterns on its surface. With Zhou Jie's foundation in the divine tactics path, he could tell at a glance that it was a combination of a formation and a talisman. He could not help but be amazed. This is the core component of the Divine Secrets Mirror. With it, the Divine Secrets Mirror will be complete. Zhou Jie was excited when he thought of this. He took the initiative to summon the milky white ball into the space between his eyebrows and integrate it with the Divine Secrets Mirror. As soon as the Divine Secrets Mirror was complete in the space between Zhou Jie's eyebrows, waves of fluctuations came out, but they soon returned to normal. Zhou Jie did not have the time to study the Divine Secrets Mirror. He looked at the branch of the Thunder Divine Tree and put it away after sensing it for a while. Other than that, the only treasures left on Rhodes' body were the blue armor, a gray token, and some extraordinary coins and materials. After putting away the coins and materials, Zhou Jie took the token. Holy Emperor Egu said, "The token has a sealing effect. There is an ancient god's corpse sealed in it. The rest of it is useless. As for the armor, it is good. It is one of the best among the imperial weapons." Hearing this, Zhou Jie sensed the token and put it away. Then, he sensed the armor, but he didn't examine it carefully and put it away. At this time, Zhou Jie realized that Zhou Qingxian and Emperor Tianqi were not far away. They were looking at him with a few treasures floating around them. Zhou Jie was taken aback. Only then did he realize that the ancient divine emperor had not only killed Luodrice, but also Zack and Zack. At this time, Holy Emperor Egu looked at Zhou Qingxian and Emperor Tianqi and said, "The treasures on these two are yours. If you think they are useless, you can exchange them." Under Holy Emperor Egu's instructions, Zhou Jie and the other two divided the treasures among themselves. Zhou Jie not only got all of Rhodes' treasures, but also Zack's ancestral weapon giant axe. This did not mean that Zhou Jie was greedy. It was just that Rhodes' treasures were excellent and would be of great help to Zhou Jie. Zack's ancestral weapon was powerful, but it was not suitable for Zhou Qingxian. Emperor Tianqi could not even use it. Therefore, only Zhou Jie could use it. After dividing the treasures, Zhou Jie was about to bid farewell to Holy Emperor Yigu and head to Morwen Star Ocean to search for the sealed world when Emperor Tianqi suddenly said, "Holy Emperor, I feel that I am too weak to follow His Highness and Emperor Tianqi. I would like to stay and cultivate with you. Is that possible?" Zhou Jie and Zhou Qingxian were stunned by Emperor Tianqi's question. Just when Zhou Jie did not know what to say, Zhou Qingxian said, "Holy Emperor, if that's the case, I would like to stay and cultivate with you as well. His Highness is now stronger than me. Even if I follow His Highness, I would only be a burden. I would not be able to protect His Highness like before." Hearing Zhou Qingxuan's words, Zhou Jie was even more speechless. He wanted to say something to comfort them, but he realized that what they said was true. Moreover, it might be more beneficial for them to stay and cultivate with Holy Emperor Yigu. Holy Emperor Yigu glanced at Zhou Jie. Seeing that he did not object, Holy Emperor Yigu nodded and said, "That's good. His Highness, go and cultivate in the sealed world. When the time is right, I will bring Qingxian and Zhou Qingxian to find His Highness. However, since the person I killed had extraordinary strength, there must be a transcendent behind him. Since I have killed him and offended that transcendent, I cannot stay here any longer. Qingxian and Zhou Qingxian, follow me when the time comes. I will find a new place for you to cultivate." Holy Emperor Yigu added. Zhou Jie and the other two expressed their understanding. After that, Zhou Jie bade farewell to the ancient divine emperor and Zhou Qingxian, and embarked on his journey to the sealed realm alone, feeling a sense of loneliness that he had not felt in a long time. Blade Star Ocean, Star River Palace beside Blade God Continent. As the holy land of Blade Star Ocean, Star River Palace was made up of 72 palaces. It was surrounded by countless meteorites and several star arrays. Even a second-step Emperor Universe Realm expert would not be able to break in easily. In the depths of the School of the Finance Star, there was a specially created world space. However, the environment inside was extremely harsh. It was filled with chaotic space laws, and there were no ordinary life forms. To be precise, there was only one person in this huge world space, and that was Rhodes' original body. Rhodes' original body had been cultivating in this world space. He had been comprehending the laws for more than 3,000 years and had never opened his eyes. However, one day, Rhodes' original body, who was wearing a white robe, suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying space storm surged out and tore the surroundings apart. "My doppelganger?" Rhodes' original body exclaimed. Then, his face darkened and he frowned. After muttering to himself for a moment, Rhodes stood up and disappeared from this world with a flick of his sleeve. When Rhodes reappeared, he was already in a vast sea of flowers. There were all kinds of strange flowers, but none of them were ordinary. They all emitted energy waves that could shock a Star Lord. In the middle of the sea of flowers, a young man in a gray robe was strolling. Occasionally, he would pick a few flowers and sniff them. He closed his eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. After Rhodes arrived, he immediately flashed behind the young man in gray robe. The young man in gray robe stopped. At the same time, Rhodes got down on one knee and said respectfully, "Master, I have something to report." Hearing this, the young man in gray robe turned around and looked at Rhodes with a faint smile. He said gently, "What is it?" Chapter 402. Thus, Lodrith said, "Master, according to your request, over 2,000 years ago, your disciple's clone went to the void origin realm in order to further comprehend the origin source laws and understand the paramount divine sense. However, not long after your disciple's clone entered that place, your disciple's clone lost all communication with my main body. All that remained was a sense of life and death. Just now, your disciple's clone died. The gray-robed young man was surprised by Rodritha's words. The void origin realm can't enter the void origin realm, and the origin realm will collapse. Your doppelganger has a drop of transcendent power that I gave him. As usual, no one below the Universe Emperor realm can threaten him. And with your temperament, it's unlikely that you would enter a place that's too dangerous. Well, there's another possibility, that is, there's a half-step transcendent or even a pseudo-transcendent Emperor realm cultivator. Such a cultivator would be able to survive there without causing the origin realm to collapse. Rodrith could not help but frown, because he could not understand what the gray-robed young man said. Why couldn't a Universe Emperor realm cultivator enter the origin realm, but a half-step transcendent or pseudo-transcendent Emperor realm cultivator in the third step of the Universe Emperor realm could? However, it was not convenient for Rodrith to ask the reason, so he just said, "I'm afraid it's like what you said. A half-step transcendent Emperor killed my doppelganger. Of course, it's also possible that my doppelganger encountered a great danger in the universe of universe and could not escape even if he used transcendent power." The gray-robed young man did not respond. Instead, he said, "You came to me to find out about the death of your doppelganger. Don't worry, I'll help you find out." "Thank you, Master." Rodrith was overjoyed. After all, he did come for this. After leaving the void origin realm, Zhou Jie went to the Morwen star area according to the map given by ancient divine emperor. Since the Morwen star zone was located in the second latitude universe ocean, one would usually have to go through a special passage in the central universe to reach it. However, in order to save time for Zhou Jie, the ancient divine emperor had given Zhou Jie a starry sky treasure called the Xiaoyu spaceship. It could travel at an extremely fast speed in the universe and could even break through the barriers between latitude universes to enter another latitude universe. Not long after Zhou Jie left, ancient divine emperor was about to wipe out some of the traces in the origin land and leave with Zhou Qingxian and Zhou Qingxian. However, at the border of the universe ocean in the fourth dimension, a mass of colorful light suddenly appeared. It rolled up the vast energy of the universe within hundreds of millions of miles and condensed into a young man in a white robe. The young man's appearance was exactly the same as the gray-robed young man, who was Lodri's teacher. After the white-robed young man materialized, he took a step forward. After the void rippled, he appeared tens of thousands of light years away. Not long after, the white-robed young man arrived at the outer realm of the void origin realm. After pausing for a while, he stepped forward again and easily entered the inner realm of the void origin realm. When the white-robed young man appeared in the inner realm of the void origin realm, ancient divine emperor, who was finishing up, looked up at the sky with a solemn look in his eyes. The white-robed young man also looked into the depths of the origin land where ancient divine emperor was. His eyes seemed to penetrate all the barriers between them and made eye contact with ancient divine emperor. Ancient divine emperor looked solemn. He did not do anything, but the white-robed young man, who was tens of millions of miles away, suddenly narrowed his eyes. The space around him collapsed and a terrifying space storm was about to engulf him. However, the white-robed young man suddenly burst out with a boundless light and resisted the space storm. When he was about to step out and go to ancient divine emperor, the space in front of him was torn apart again. A huge hand reached out and grabbed at the white-robed young man. The white-robed young man's expression changed drastically. Just when he was about to resist, his body was suddenly ignited. Then, his solid body suddenly turned into colorful lights and was caught by the huge hand. In the depths of the world of flowers in the Star River Palace, the gray-robed young man suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying light burst out from the depths of his eyes. Countless stars and flowing lights could be vaguely seen in his eyes. Pseudo-transcendent or half-transcendent? How could he destroy my incarnation so easily? The gray-robed young man frowned, and could not help but mutter to himself. It was no wonder that the gray-robed young man would react this way. Although he was a transcendent, the latitude universe could not bear the transcendent power. Therefore, his true body could not enter the latitude universe. Even if he used a special secret method to enter the latitude universe, he could only exert power below the transcendent level. This led to a situation where a pseudo-transcendent was invincible in the latitude universe. It was almost impossible for a transcendent to kill a pseudo-transcendent. But if he was a pseudo-transcendent or half-transcendent, how could he destroy my disciple's incarnation for no reason? Moreover, although this person did not see my incarnation, he should have recognized that my true body is a transcendent. Even so, he still dared to destroy my incarnation. There must be a secret behind this. The gray-robed young man's mind raced. He could not help but pay more attention to this matter. The more puzzled he was, the more curious he would be to investigate it. Even if he was a transcendent, it was the same. The gray-robed young man closed his eyes and began to deduce karma, hoping to find some clues. However, not long after, he opened his eyes and frowned. He deliberately disturbed karma. It's obvious that this person wants to hide something, but it can't be some kind of treasure. My disciple's incarnation could not have discovered something that an Emperor Universe Realm powerhouse wants to hide, so it can only be, as the gray-robed young man pondered. His eyes flashed continuously. In the end, he snorted coldly and suddenly stood up. He transmitted his voice to Rhodes, who was not far away, saying, "Go back first. I'll tell you after I understand this matter." Upon hearing this, Rhodes was stunned, but he immediately responded and left. Even Master can't figure out the cause of my incarnation's death in such a short time. My incarnation, how did it die? Rhodes thought. After returning to the school of the Finance Star, he still could not calm down. Zhou Jie rode the Xiaoyu airship at an unprecedented speed. In just over 100 years, he had arrived at the boundary of the fourth-dimensional universe. This was the first time that Zhou Jie had come to the boundary of his home universe. At the boundary of every latitude universe, time and space were very chaotic. Energy and matter were broken into pieces and gradually stabilized at a slow speed, as if something was forming. The Xiaoyu airship could not travel at full speed at the boundary of the universe, or else it would cause a space torrent. Therefore, Zhou Jie slowed down and carefully traveled all the way to the boundary of the universe. According to the ancient divine emperor, it was one of the boundaries between the fourth-dimensional universe and the second-dimensional universe. After spending a few months, Zhou Jie drove the Xiaoyu flying boat to the junction of the two-dimensional universes and drove the flying boat with all his strength to collide there. When the Xiaoyu airship crashed into the grayish-black boundary of the universe, it was as if it had sunk into a ball of mud and suffered an unimaginable resistance. Zhou Jie, who was in the airship, felt as if he was driving at a speed of a few hundred miles per hour and suddenly hit an elastic net. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the speed suddenly dropped to a dozen miles per hour. A roar came from inside the airship, and Zhou Jie's expression changed slightly. Fortunately, the ancient divine emperor had warned Zhou Jie not to panic completely. Instead, he continued to drive the airship forward with all his strength. In this way, the airship seemed to be moving forward in a muddy swamp. Little by little, it passed through the fourth-dimensional universe and headed for the second-dimensional universe. About 3 days later, the airship finally left the universe wall and flew into a chaotic universe again. Zhou Jie could not help but be overjoyed when he sensed that. He had successfully arrived at the second-dimensional universe. The next step is to go to the Morwen star area and find the sealed realm. Thinking of this, Zhou Jie thought that he would soon start a new adventure, and his blood, which had been suppressed for more than 2,000 years, was slowly burning. In the next 30 years, Zhou Jie drove the airship all the way to the Morwen star area without any hindrance. He also found the border star sea where the sealed realm was located, and finally came out of the sealed realm. This was a seemingly barren starry sky. At first glance, there were almost no stars, indicating that this starry sky area, which was the size of a galaxy, did not even have a single luminous planet. At some point, a pitch-black airship broke through the void and appeared here. Then, a man walked out of the airship, put the airship into his space, and stared ahead. This man was Zhou Jie. Chapter 403. Zhou Jie's eyes were like torches as he stared at the dark void not far away and frowned. The sealed realm formation is indeed powerful. Not only are there countless formations, but there are also countless restrictions on it. There are even 9 powerful treasures fused into it. I wonder when I will be able to achieve such a level of attainment in formations. Zhou Jie thought to himself. He felt that it would be difficult for him to break the sealed realm formation hidden in the void with his current strength. Therefore, he flipped his right hand and a black token appeared in his palm. Zhou Jie took out the sealed realm token and launched it into the sealed realm formation according to the method taught by the Ancient One Divine Emperor. At the same time, he took a step forward and followed closely behind. The sealed realm token emitted a demonic red light and suddenly stopped in the void, as if it was blocked by something invisible. Then, the token emitted waves of energy, causing the void to distort, revealing the hidden sealed realm array. There were countless dense white lines, and there were various colors of energy flowing within them. Under the power of the token, the sealed realm formation wriggled rapidly and opened up a passageway that was dozens of feet wide. Zhou Jie entered the passageway under the light of the token. The token automatically followed him, and the passageway disappeared immediately. Zhou Jie passed through the passageway and thought that he would see a different world. However, he found that he was still in the starry sky. Looking around, there were many glowing planets. Zhou Jie glanced at the planets and finally chose a blue-green planet that was closer to him. Then, he flew toward it. The blue-green planet was usually a planet with life. That was why Zhou Jie chose this planet to go to. Performing space-time displacement, Zhou Jie melted into the void after one step. When he reappeared, he was already millions of kilometers away. With such a walking speed, Zhou Jie walked unhurriedly to the habitable planet that was less than 1 light-year away. As a matter of fact, Zhou Jie could have reached the distance of 1 light-year in a flash. The reason why he chose to walk slowly was mainly that Zhou Jie wanted to familiarize himself with the new movement technique, space-time displacement. At first, Zhou Jie walked very slowly, appearing and disappearing every half a second. Each time, he would only move 1,000,000 kilometers. However, after a few days, Zhou Jie could flash several times in the blink of an eye, and each time, he would move tens of millions of kilometers. Space-time displacement was different from teleportation. Although teleportation could cover a long distance, it required some time to prepare. Moreover, the further the distance, the longer the preparation time. The beauty of space-time displacement was that it required almost no preparation time for short distances. It was most suitable for dodging in battle. In the end, it was an extreme control method for short-distance teleportation. A few days later, Zhou Jie's figure appeared in the sky above the blue-green planet. He scanned it with his soul power and confirmed that it was a planet with life. However, what surprised him was that there was no technology on this planet. Although the concentration of cosmic energy was average, there were many cultivators on it. However, the strongest one was only a 9-star star. Zhou Jie thought for a moment and felt that although the life on this planet was not worth mentioning to him, it could still be a starting point for him to learn more about the situation in the sealed realm. Therefore, without hesitation, he landed in a city on the planet below. West Vermilion Bird City, one of the 5 major cities of Vermilion Bird. It was a bustling and prosperous place with hidden talents. At that time, Wang Yan was sitting cross-legged in a room on the 3rd floor of an inn. Suddenly, he sensed something, causing him to open his eyes instantly. However, the moment Wang Yan opened his eyes, there was no light in his eyes. He fell into a state of sluggishness. Zhou Jie silently appeared in front of Wang Yan. There was a storm of soul power surging in his eyes. He was using a secret technique of heart power to examine Wang Yan's life memories. Zhou Jie's method of examining memories was very gentle. It was to let Wang Yan recall everything he had experienced as if he was dreaming. Zhou Jie watched from the side. This way, the examination would not cause any harm to Wang Yan. Not long after, Zhou Jie turned and disappeared. Wang Yan's eyes returned to normal. He stared at the wooden door in front of him for a long time, then couldn't help but frown. Just now. Why did I suddenly become distracted? Wang Yan seemed to have noticed something, but in the end, he couldn't find any trace of Zhou Jie's presence. He could only leave it at that. Besides, after Zhou Jie left the inn, he appeared on the roof of the inn and silently pondered over Wang Yan's memories that he had just obtained. With his cultivation, nobody on the entire planet could detect him if he hid there. The reason why Zhou Jie checked Wang Yan's memories as soon as he arrived in this city was very simple. Wang Yan's cultivation was the highest in this city. He was only 1 step away from the Star Lord level. From Wang Yan's memories, Zhou Jie learned that the man was very talented and had a lot of adventures in his life. He had only been cultivating for 70 years. Even in the Star Sword Alliance, he would be a genius. However, the way of cultivation in this place was different from that of the outside world. In some sense, it was more difficult to cultivate in the beginning than in the outside world. Therefore, Wang Yan's talent and life experiences were so amazing that even Zhou Jie couldn't help but admire him. In addition, Zhou Jie also learned that the planet he was on was called Fire Dragon and was controlled by the Red Flame Alliance. The energy that the people on this planet cultivated was different from that of the outside world. It was more simple in nature and was called natural energy by the people on this planet. Their cultivation was called Tao cultivation. Therefore, their cultivation levels were also different from those of the outside world. In Wang Yan's memories, the cultivation levels were ranked from weakest to strongest. They were essence forming, pulse condensing, divinity branching, gathering nascent soul, soul transformation, heaven trampling, and above heaven trampling. Wang Yan's cultivation was at the late stage of the gathering nascent soul. Therefore, Zhou Jie speculated that soul transformation was equivalent to the Star Lord level. Then, heaven trampling was very likely to be the Lord level. Zhou Jie had already explored this planet before. There were no real Lord-level beings on this planet. At most, there were a few beings that were infinitely close to it. Looking at the horizon, Zhou Jie finally made up his mind. In a flash, he disappeared from where he stood. However, before he left, he bestowed Wang Yan with a blessing. For Zhou Jie, this was a small matter that could be accomplished with a single thought, so there was no need to talk about it. When Zhou Jie reappeared, he was already in the depths of an endless red mountain range. This was the headquarters of the Red Flame Alliance, the Red Flame Valley. Someone had opened up a huge space under the valley and built a castle. The leader of the Red Flame Alliance and the strongest person on the Fire Dragon planet, Chou Jingyun, was in seclusion in a secret room in the depths of the castle. There were a large number of formations set up outside the Red Flame Valley. After Zhou Jie arrived, he casually sensed around and was a little surprised by the formations. Although the formations in the Red Flame Valley were not worth mentioning with his current attainments in formations, if they were placed on a planet that did not even have a lord, it would be a little shocking. This was because if the formations were controlled by a high-level Star Lord, even a first-layer Lord would find it difficult to break through. They were completely on par with the formations that Zhou Jie had set up when he was a Lord. After sighing with emotion, Zhou Jie stepped into the valley. Without activating the formations, he appeared in the secret room where Chou Jingyun was. Chou Jingyun did not notice Zhou Jie's arrival, because Zhou Jie had already used a secret technique to check Chou Jingyun's memories. So the Red Flame Alliance, including the Fire Dragon Planet, belongs to the Divine Fire Palace. The Divine Fire Palace is quite powerful. Even an external elder is a peak Star Lord. There must be a high-level lord among them. I wonder if there are any Imperial Emperors, and how strong are Imperial Emperors in the Sealed Realm. Zhou Jie thought to himself as he checked Chou Jingyun's memories. He now had a clearer plan for his future actions. My purpose in coming to the Sealed Realm is to find a place where I can kill wantonly. Since the Saint Emperor said there is one here, there must be one. I just need to find it myself. I'll go to the Divine Fire Palace first. The Palace Master of the Divine Fire Palace must know more. After checking Chou Jingyun's memories and making up his mind, Zhou Jie turned around and disappeared from the secret room. From the beginning to the end, Chou Jingyun was immersed in cultivation and did not notice anything. According to Chou Jingyun's memories, he did not know where the headquarters of the Divine Fire Palace was. However, he came from one of the two branches of the Divine Fire Palace and was quite familiar with the branch he came from. Therefore, after Zhou Jie left the Fire Dragon Planet, he directly drove the Xiaoyu flying boat and rushed to the branch of the Divine Fire Palace in Chou Jingyun's memories at an extremely fast speed. In just a dozen days, Zhou Jie's flying boat appeared in the sky above a starry sky continent surrounded by stars. Zhou Jie's destination, the branch of the Divine Fire Palace, was on this continent. Chapter 404 Vermilion Bird Continent, Divine Fire Branch Palace. Outside the entrance of a spotlessly white hall was a square platform that could accommodate 10,000 people. At this moment, over 3,000 outer court disciples of the Divine Fire Palace were standing in the square, preparing for the annual Great Chaotic Battle that was held once a year. The rules of the Grand Battle were very simple. As long as both sides agreed to it, they could exchange pointers as they pleased. Even if they caused serious injuries, they could do so. Moreover, before the battle began, both sides could place a bet. In other words, it was a gambling fight. Whoever won would get the treasures they bet on. This grand battle was a way for the Divine Fire Branch Palace to train the outer court disciples in actual combat every year. It was also a way to select official disciples from the outer court disciples. On the high platform in front of the hall, a red-clothed youth stood there. His eyes carried a trace of arrogance as he coldly stared down at the 3,000 outer court disciples below. The red-clothed youth's name was Lai Feng. He was a 6th-generation official disciple of the Divine Fire Branch Palace. He was extremely talented and had cultivated for 200 years. He had already become a deacon elder of the Divine Fire Branch Palace. His status was similar to that of an outer court elder. This time, he was the one in charge of the grand battle of the outer court disciples. Lai Feng slowly scanned the crowd. The invisible pressure he emitted caused the hearts of the 3,000 outer court disciples to panic. They couldn't help but become nervous. Lai Feng enjoyed this feeling very much. Not long after, the corners of his mouth curled up. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the distant horizon. An extremely dazzling flame exploded in the sky. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Even though he was tens of thousands of meters away, Lai Feng seemed to be able to hear the terrifying sound of the explosion. This caused his face to turn pale as he involuntarily cried out, The protective array of the palace has been broken. On the other side, Zhou Jie was a bit surprised as he looked at the exploding array around him. His eyes revealed a trace of sharpness. Interesting. This array is being controlled by an array spirit. I didn't check carefully and alarmed the array spirit. When it attacked, the array spirit couldn't resist and directly collapsed. Zhou Jie muttered to himself. He now had a deeper understanding of the array formations of the people in the sealed realm. Originally, with Zhou Jie's cultivation, even though the palace guarding grand formation was extremely profound and was even capable of stopping ordinary initial stage imperial monarchs for a short period of time, Zhou Jie was entirely capable of entering without making a sound. However, Zhou Jie was slightly muddle-headed this time, and it was partly because he was overly confident in his own strength and underestimated this place. It caused him to not inspect the palace guarding grand formation carefully, and it was because of this that he accidentally activated it and caused the current scene. However, Zhou Jie didn't care too much about this. After all, this place wasn't dangerous to him at all. Once the array formation was broken, he scanned the area with his perception and discovered that the strongest person in this divine fire branch palace was only a 5th-level domain lord. This was even worse than he had expected. Who dares to cause trouble in my divine fire palace? Zhou Jie had just recovered from his shock when he heard a furious shout from extremely far away, and it directly shook an area of a few tens of kilometers in the surroundings. Zhou Jie's expression remained unchanged. He saw a few rays of light flying swiftly towards him from afar, and they were about to arrive here in an instant. However, he didn't wait for that instant. With a single thought, everything in an area of 500 kilometers in the surroundings stopped moving. However, after he utilized the laws of space to confine the space here, Zhou Jie's pupils suddenly constricted, and he instinctively raised his head to look at the sky. However, his gaze wasn't focused on a single spot. Zhou Jie noticed this at the instant he utilized the laws of space, and he couldn't help but exclaim with astonishment, "The laws here are different from the laws of the outside world?" In disbelief, Zhou Jie sensed it again and finally confirmed that he wasn't imagining things. Instead, it was true. The laws of the sealed realm weren't connected to the laws of the outside world. The reason why Zhou Jie hadn't noticed this when he first arrived in the sealed realm was because the laws of the sealed realm were like a high-level imitation of the laws of the outside world. In other words, someone had imitated the laws of the outside world and completely relied on their own strength to create the laws of the entire sealed realm. Creating the laws of the sealed realm with their own strength. This should be the work of the World Emperor. It seems that the strength of the third step of the Universe Emperor realm is indeed far beyond my imagination. Zhou Jie's mind trembled as he realized this. He immediately took a deep breath and calmed his heart down again. However, Zhou Jie had new doubts. Why did the World Emperor make the laws of the sealed realm different from the outside world? Also, the energy in the sealed realm was quite different from the energy of the universe. At that time, although Zhou Jie was puzzled, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, many independent space worlds, such as the Source of Origin, had different energies from the outside world. As for the sealed realm and the Source of Origin, although the laws of the sealed realm and the Source of Origin had changed, the laws of the Source of Origin pointed directly to the origin of the universe. In essence, they were still the same. It could even be said that there were no changes. One only needed to set things right to use them. However, the laws of the sealed realm were an imitation of the laws of the outside world. They were flawed and incomplete. Incomplete? Yes, it's incomplete. The sealed realm's laws aren't complete. Even the World Emperor can't imitate the universe's origin laws. Therefore, the laws he created here have essentially become a huge shackle that firmly shackles all the cultivators in the sealed realm. His purpose is clear, and that is to prevent the living beings in the sealed realm from breaking through to the immortal Emperor realm. After thoroughly understanding all this, Zhou Jie almost sucked in a breath of cold air. He seemed to have smelled a huge conspiracy, and he vaguely felt a threatening chill. Senior Saint Emperor told me that although the sealed realm was created by the World Emperor, the person in charge was not him, but his disciples. 1,000,000 years ago, the World Emperor took in 4 disciples. I wonder how they are now. Zhou Jie pondered again. After a long while, he realized that he seemed to have thought too much. He should first solve the problem at hand. Moreover, no matter how the World Emperor and his disciples operated the sealed realm, it had nothing to do with Zhou Jie. After all, his only purpose here was to practice the Blood Sea tactics and try to awaken the power of his bloodline inheritance. Zhou Jie took a step forward and came to the frozen Divine Fire Branch Palace Master. This time, he didn't choose to waste time to let the Divine Fire Branch Palace Master recall himself and read his memories. Instead, he directly performed a powerful soul search. However, Zhou Jie didn't want to kill the innocent, so he didn't seriously damage the Divine Fire Branch Palace Master's soul. After reading his memories, he immediately teleported away. Before he left, he didn't erase everyone's memories. After all, he didn't think it was necessary. From the memories of the Divine Fire Branch Palace Master, Zhou Jie learned that there were several generations of Divine Fire Branch Palace Masters. The current Divine Fire Branch Palace Master was the 6th generation of Divine Fire Branch Palace Master, and his cultivation was still at the Lord level. However, among the previous generations of Divine Fire Branch Palace Masters, there were still survivors who had reached the Imperial Emperor level. However, they were still not enough to threaten Zhou Jie. In addition, Zhou Jie learned that within the sealed realm, the so-called heaven trampling level was divided into 7 stages, which were indeed equivalent to the Lord level. Above the heaven trampling level was the Tao querying level. The Tao querying level was equivalent to an initial emperor, and one had to undergo the samsara tribulation before one could truly become an initial emperor and continue to rise in power. Thus, the Tao querying level was just a level that one could easily stagnate at. The true emperor level of the sealed realm was known as the Tao Lord level. As for the sealed realm's Tao Lords, they were divided by steps from weak to strong. Tao Lord of the first step, Tao Lord of the second step, Tao Lord of the third step, and so on. There was an upper limit to how many steps there were, but this wasn't the Divine Fire Branch Palace Master's memories. Clearly, he was far from being able to reach that level. If that's the case, I should first find these so-called Tao Lords. The cultivation system of the sealed realm is completely different from the outside world, and it places more emphasis on the comprehension of laws. Thus, I can't say for sure how powerful these Tao Lords of the first step are, but given my strength, I shouldn't fear Tao Lords of the first and second step. As for Tao Lords of the third step, forget it. I should go find the previous 5 palace masters of the Divine Fire Palace and find out more about them. Zhou Jie pondered as he strolled through the starry skies. After making up his mind, Zhou Jie took out the Xiao Yu flying vessel and quickly left the starry skies. One day, more than a year later, Zhou Jie's flying vessel descended into the skies above a crimson continent of lava. As soon as he stepped out of the vessel, Zhou Jie could immediately sense the waves of heat emanating from the lava beneath him. However, this didn't cause him any discomfort at all. Both the toughness of his divine body and the insights he had gained into the laws of fire were enough to allow Zhou Jie to travel through lava. The heat of the lava was nothing to him. However, as soon as Zhou Jie arrived, a white-robed old man with withered skin suddenly woke up from his stupor. His eyes shone with boundless light as he stared unblinkingly towards Zhou Jie's location in the skies. Chapter 405. Zhou Jie put away the flying boat and looked around. He felt a soul perception sweep past him. He was slightly surprised, but he wasn't upset. After all, although he didn't want to be discovered as soon as he arrived, he didn't deliberately hide his aura. It was just that the other party's perception was a little beyond Zhou Jie's imagination. Previously, Zhou Jie learned from the memories of the Divine Fire Palace Master that the people in the Sealed Realm mainly cultivated the laws and studied them to a very high degree. For example, when a Dao Lord cultivated the laws, it was called Dao cultivation, and they would cultivate Dao fruit. When a Dao fruit was formed, one would become a Dao Lord of the first step, two would become a Dao Lord of the second step, and so on. However, when a Dao fruit was cultivated to a certain level, one could also reach the strength of a Dao Lord of the second step. Because the people in the Sealed Realm mainly cultivated the laws and studied them to a very high degree, they even used the power of the laws to create so-called divine art. Therefore, in many aspects, they couldn't be measured by ordinary cultivators in the outside world. In fact, Zhou Jie revealed himself on purpose. He wanted to fight with the Dao Lords in the Sealed Realm and understand their strength. Although the Sealed Realm was only a place for the World Emperor's disciples to train, there might be people who were stronger than Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie felt that it was better to be careful. First, he had to understand the Dao Lords. Zhou Jie slowly walked towards the sky. Soon, the void in front of him fluctuated, and a skinny old man with red hair and a white robe appeared there. "Who are you? Why have you come to the Divine Fire Sacred Land?" The skinny old man stared at Zhou Jie and asked in a deep voice. Zhou Jie had changed his clothes after leaving the Flame Dragon Star. He had hidden his aura so that even ordinary Dao Lords in the Sealed Realm couldn't easily tell that he was from the outside world. Hearing the question, Zhou Jie's eyes flashed and he said, "Fight with me." As soon as Zhou Jie said this, the skinny old man's red pupils shrank. His eyes also flashed a few times, but he asked again, "What do you mean? Did someone in the Divine Fire Palace offend you? Or did you come here just to fight with me?" Zhou Jie did not answer the old man's question accurately. Instead, he said, "After this battle, I will leave. You can pretend that nothing happened." Hearing Zhou Jie's words, a trace of anger rose in the old man's eyes, and his voice couldn't help but lower. "Your Excellency's tone is really big. All right, since Your Excellency wants to fight, this old man will fulfill Your Excellency's wish." His attitude towards Zhou Jie was one of utter disdain. If it wasn't for the fact that the old man couldn't see through Zhou Jie's level of cultivation, he probably would have lashed out at Zhou Jie long ago. Although his words were courteous, the old man had already decided to kill Zhou Jie. Although he was merely a Dao Lord of the first step, in the Godfire Sacred Land, he was capable of fighting even ordinary Dao Lords of the second step. In fact, he even had a chance to heavily injure or kill them. "If you're not strong enough, I'll kill you and let you know the consequences of trespassing into my holy land," the old man thought to himself viciously. A simple, pure white sword that seemed to be made of stone appeared in his hand. Clearly, he was about to attack. Seeing this, Zhou Jie remained calm. He continued to stand there, not revealing any power from his body. From what Zhou Jie could sense, the old man's cultivation level was roughly equivalent to that of an initial stage emperor. Now that he could kill the old man with a single finger, there was naturally no need to take him seriously. The reason why he wanted to fight the old man was because he wanted to see where the old man's limits were. Only then would he be able to accurately estimate the strength of a Dao Lord of the first step. When the old man saw that Zhou Jie was pretending to be profound, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly slashed out with his sword, and at the same time, a white bird appeared behind him. It actually covered more than half of the sky. Boom! With a single slash, countless astonishing white flames swept towards Zhou Jie, burning the void in their path. A hint of surprise flashed through Zhou Jie's eyes when he sensed the power of the white flames. However, he still stood there without moving. Only the burning heaven seal suddenly appeared in his left eye. Swoosh! Under the old man's shocked gaze, Zhou Jie actually seized control of the monstrous white flames he released and swallowed them into Zhou Jie's left eye like a storm. A second later, the monstrous white flames disappeared without a trace. Zhou Jie was still standing there. The burning heaven seal in his left eye burned with light blue flames and quickly disappeared. The old man sensed the mark in Zhou Jie's left eye and could not help but exclaim in shock, "What kind of mark is that? It can actually seize my right to control the vermilion bird flames." When Zhou Jie heard the old man's words, his brows twitched slightly. He was a little puzzled as to why the old man was so shocked. His control of the laws of fire was far superior to the old man's, so he could naturally seize the old man's control of the laws. However, the old man's flames actually had a spirit, so the flames themselves had the ability to actively attack and were easier to control. It was rather rare. Seeing that the old man was intimidated by him and did not dare to attack again, Zhou Jie did not say anything. He directly drew upon the power of heaven and earth and transformed it into a giant palm that pressed down on the old man. He also used the laws of space to seal the old man's surroundings, making it impossible for him to dodge. Boom, boom, boom. Faced with Zhou Jie's sky-covering palm, the old man's expression changed drastically. He really wanted to dodge, but his body had just moved when his pupils shrank. He helplessly raised his hand and wiped the white longsword. Immediately, his own blood merged into the longsword. The white longsword suddenly trembled and erupted with monstrous white flames again. It condensed into the shape of a bird and charged toward the giant palm above. Boom! Under the impact of the bird-shaped white flames, the giant palm condensed by Zhou Jie's will suddenly cracked and was about to completely collapse. However, with another thought from Zhou Jie, the giant palm's power increased greatly. It instantly destroyed the bird-shaped white flames and continued to press down on the old man. Seeing this, the old man roared and suddenly spat out a mouthful of pale golden blood. This blood clearly did not belong to him, but was the blood of a powerful creature. It contained extremely powerful fluctuations of power. After he spat it out, the old man directly drew it into the white longsword. Then, it turned into a shocking sword light that slashed directly at the giant palm. Immediately afterward, the old man quickly formed a series of hand seals. Suddenly, a strong fluctuation spread to the ground below, wanting to draw upon the endless flame energy here. Zhou Jie frowned when he noticed this. With a thought, he used the laws of space to cut off the old man's power. When the old man realized that he was no longer able to sense the sacred land's formation, a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes as he stared at Zhou Jie. A hint of despair could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Zhou Jie met his gaze, his heart completely calm. With a thought, he dispersed the giant palm of energy, then used the laws of space and fire to calm the surrounding area. Even the astonishing sword light that the old man had unleashed was instantly dispersed, as though it had never existed. The old man stared at all of this in a daze, the shock in his heart unable to be any greater. This person is at least a Daolord of the third step. He might even be a Daolord of the fourth step. He's actually so powerful, but why has he come to fight me? Can it be that someone in my clan has actually offended such an expert? When the old man thought of this, he couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. However, when he thought about how Zhou Jie had said that he would leave after the battle, he was instantly bewildered. Right at this moment, Zhou Jie looked at the old man and said, "Finally, I need to search your memories. Don't resist or you'll die." As Zhou Jie spoke, his soul force surged out and rushed into the old man's soul realm to search his memories. Hearing this, the old man didn't dare to resist at all. In the end, Zhou Jie successfully obtained all the memories he wanted. After withdrawing his soul force, He took a step and disappeared from the spot. Zhou Jie teleported into the vast starry sky. Only then did he begin to think about the old man's memories he had just obtained. In the old man's memories, there was indeed a deeper understanding of the sealed realm. Among them, there were 2 points that Zhou Jie attached great importance to. First, the old man knew that in the sealed realm, apart from the world of human cultivators, there was another world that seemed to be isolated by some kind of seal. They called it the other world. In the other world, there were also countless living beings, but they weren't humans. Instead, they were aliens, and most of them were ferocious and bloodthirsty beasts. Because the other world was sealed, the ferocious beasts from the other world couldn't come to the human world. However, at some point in time, a huge crack had appeared in the seal, allowing countless ferocious beasts to come out and wreak havoc in the human world. The human cultivators spent a lot of effort to kill those ferocious beasts and sent a large number of cultivators to guard the starry sky where the crack was. After tens of thousands of years, the starry sky where the crack was located was called the Otherworld Battlefield, and it also became a place for many cultivators to train and kill. Chapter 406. What attracted Zhou Jie's attention to the alien world battlefield was naturally because he could kill wantonly there. The second thing that Zhou Jie paid attention to in the old man's memory was the grudges between the cultivators of the sealed realm and the outside world. According to the old man's memories, they were aware of the existence of the World Seal formation. Moreover, since they found out about it for countless years, every single generation of Dowlords had tried to think of a way to break through the formation and leave, but it seemed that not a single one of them had succeeded. Moreover, the old man also knew about the existence of the people outside the sealed realm. In his impression, the people outside the sealed realm were very powerful, and only some of the cultivators in the sealed realm could contend with them. And for some unknown reason, after he became a Dowlord, he was recruited as a member of the revered Elder Association. Here, he was told that anyone from the outside world was a great enemy of the people of the sealed realm, and he had to report any suspicious person immediately. From this, Zhou Jie speculated that the strongest force in the sealed realm was probably the revered Elder Association. They hated people from the outside world like him so much that they might kill him. For this reason, after Zhou Jie searched the old man's memory, he erased the fragment of his appearance in the old man's memory. However, Zhou Jie did not erase the memory of the Divine Fire Branch Palace Master seeing him, which made him feel a little regretful. However, at that time, Zhou Jie did not know that the cultivators of the sealed realm hated people from the outside world so much. Obviously, the Divine Fire Branch Palace Master did not know about this either. In this way, Zhou Jie did not have to go back and erase the memories of the Divine Fire Branch Palace Master and the others. It seems that I have to be careful in the sealed realm. The alien world is separated from the human world. Since I want to kill, I might as well go directly to the alien world. It will save me the danger of being discovered by the revered Elder Association here. Zhou Jie finally made up his mind. He summoned the Xiaoyu flying boat and quickly headed in the direction of the alien world. The alien world battlefield was relatively far away from Zhou Jie's location. Although the sealed realm was only the size of 1 or 2 star fields, it was divided into many realms, and there were many places of opportunity. Therefore, the Xiaoyu flying boat could not travel unimpeded at full speed and could only travel at a lower speed. Because of this, Zhou Jie sat down cross-legged after entering the flying boat. He began to recall the experience of fighting with the Divine Fire Branch Palace Master and the memories about his cultivation. Logically speaking, the Divine Fire Branch Palace Master's cultivation level was only at the initial Imperial Emperor realm. Whether it was comprehension of laws or cultivation secret cultivation techniques, he was far inferior to Zhou Jie. Therefore, Zhou Jie's cultivation wouldn't take his cultivation techniques seriously. However, in reality, that was not the truth. The people of the sealed realm were good at studying the application of the laws. Thus, they created many powerful secret techniques, which were what they called the divine arts. Although Zhou Jie's comprehension of laws, especially his comprehension of the Tao of lightning and fire, far surpassed the sealed realm's Tao lords of the first step, he discovered that some of the divine abilities cultivated by the sealed realm's Tao lords were so powerful that even he could cultivate them and use them to greatly increase his combat strength. For example, in the memories of the divine Fire Branch Palace Master, there was a divine ability that he had bestowed upon the Elder Council. It was called Zhuyan. When this divine ability was cultivated to greater mastery, it could draw upon a wisp of the power of the primordial beast, Zhuyan, to attack. The Zhuyan was an extremely powerful existence. A wisp of its power was enough to kill a Tao Lord of the second step and even threaten a Tao Lord of the third step. Of course, Zhou Jie didn't care that this divine ability could draw upon the so-called power of Zhuyan. This was because he was from the outer realm and knew that all such divine abilities could only be used in the sealed realm. After all, there were no Zhuyan existences in the outer realm. What truly tempted Zhou Jie was the quintessence of this divine ability. It relied on the laws to draw upon the power of other objects. This didn't seem very easy to understand. For example, Zhou Jie was able to use the laws to control his lifeblood weapon. He was also able to draw upon the power of the weapon, but this couldn't be considered a divine ability at all. The quintessence of this divine ability lay in the fact that the source of the power it drew upon was extremely far away. It relied on the mutual attraction between the laws to draw upon each other. This was easy to say but extremely difficult to do. If he hadn't known about this divine ability in the past, Zhou Jie wouldn't have even considered this point. If he wanted to explain this divine ability in detail, he could give an example. Zhou Jie had set up a killing formation that covered an area of 10,000 miles in advance in a certain place. Then, Zhou Jie would be fighting with an enemy light years away. With a single thought, he could draw upon the power of the killing formation that he had set up in advance and kill the enemy in front of him. The divine ability of summoning the power of Zhuyan itself can't be used outside the sealed realm. But if I can fully understand the quintessence of this divine ability, I can do the same and create the secret method I want. If I succeed, I don't even need to refine the formation plate and restriction flags. I can use the formations and restrictions that I have already set up. The more Zhou Jie thought about it, the more excited he became. He had already decided to comprehend the quintessence of the divine ability of summoning the power of Zhuyan. While Zhou Jie headed to the battlefield, within the god control world of the sealed realm, a young man with a head of white hair and icy blue eyes revealed a trace of a savage expression as he strode through the sky above a continent. Every single step he took traversed a few million kilometers, and it wasn't long before he'd left the sky above the continent and entered the starry sky. If Zhou Jie saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked, because the white-haired young man's cultivation was only at the Tao-seeking realm, and it was equivalent to the half-step Imperial Monarch realm. However, a seemingly simple step of his covered a distance of 500,000 kilometers. This displayed that his comprehension of the spatial laws was extremely high, and it was even to the extent that it was much higher than ordinary initial realm Imperial monarchs. Merely this alone was sufficient to show that the white-haired young man's comprehension of the laws was extremely high. The white-haired young man strode all along the way until he arrived in the sky above a desolate star that was right beside the continent, and then he suddenly descended onto the surface of the star. This was an abandoned star that was filled with sand and poisonous gas. It wasn't very large, and it was around 5,000 kilometers in diameter. After he descended, the white-haired young man sat down cross-legged, and then he tapped the space between his brows. A dense expanse of small black flags covered the heavens and the earth as they shot out, and there were no less than 1,000,000 of them. Under the guidance of the white-haired young man's strength, these few million small flags were placed all over the star, and they faintly formed the embryonic form of a grand formation. After that, the white-haired young man's hands moved madly, and he did it over 1,000 times in a single second. Countless restrictions were formed along with him, and they transformed into numerous black rays of light that shot towards the surroundings. Most of them fused into the small flags while a portion of them fused into the ground. The entire process continued for an entire day. After he finished setting up the restriction formation, the white-haired young man withdrew a broken sword that was still stained with violet blood. He tapped the space between his brows and shot out a ray of 5-colored light that illuminated the broken sword. In an instant, the broken sword erupted with an extremely powerful force, and an extremely dense blood-red glow arose and coiled around it. The white-haired young man swiftly tapped his chest 100 times, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood essence that sprayed onto the blood-red glow that coiled around the broken sword. The blood-red glow instantly rose greatly and emanated waves of terrifying fluctuations. The white-haired young man groaned in a low voice, got up, and threw the broken sword under his feet. The broken sword cut through mud like it was water, and even without any sound, it had already penetrated deep into the depths of the star, approaching the core of the planet. After doing all this, the white-haired young man seemed to have consumed a lot of energy. He quickly sat down cross-legged and began to madly absorb the energy of the universe to restore himself. 2 days later, the white-haired young man was still sitting cross-legged on the barren star, and his heart was as calm as still water. At some point, the atmosphere of the star above his head rumbled loudly, and a huge vortex was torn apart. A face that seemed to be formed by mist emerged, and it went straight for the white-haired young man below. Boom! The white-haired young man looked up at the sky at this time, and when he saw the huge fog face that was rapidly descending from the sky, his eyes burst out with monstrous fighting intent, as well as deep anger and unwillingness. Lin-Yi, I gave you a month's time to prepare, but in the end, you didn't choose to escape. Instead, you chose to fight with me here. Could it be that you have already taken care of your funeral? The huge face that was formed by mist stopped about 10,000 meters above the white-haired young man, and when it opened its mouth, its voice turned into a rumbling voice that resounded throughout the world. The white-haired young man suddenly stood up when he heard the voice and laughed loudly. Ice Emperor, you old thief, you want to kill me, but you only sent a clone. You think too highly of yourself. If you want to kill me, Lin-Yi, send your original body. I'll take care of this clone for you first. Arrogant. Hearing the white-haired young man's words, the fog face suddenly became ferocious and said these words. Lin-Yi was unmoved. He quickly formed a seal, and the ground under his feet suddenly rumbled loudly, bursting out endless black light that rushed into the sky. Want to kill me? It's not that easy. At the same time, Lin-Yi shouted loudly, and a golden compass appeared in his hand, and flew straight toward the fog face. Chapter 407. The anger of an ant is ridiculous. The fog-faced man saw Lin-Yi rushing over and said in a low voice, his voice full of contempt. Lin-Yi flew quickly in the sky, the compass in his hand bursting with golden light. His right hand turned into an afterimage, madly moving the countless golden runes that appeared on the compass. Suddenly, endless golden light scattered into the sky, mostly bombarding the fog-faced man and his surroundings. Seal! 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 Lin-Yi roared repeatedly, and the endless golden light suddenly wrapped around the fog-faced man like silk threads, sealing all the cosmic energy around the fog-faced man. The fog-faced man suddenly roared, and a terrible space crack suddenly appeared from his mouth. Icy winds that could cut the void swept out from it, causing the sky to tremble. The golden energy threads that sealed the fog-faced man collapsed madly, but they continued to condense and reappear. For a time, they resisted the onslaught of the icy winds. Lin Yi's face was ferocious. He threw away the compass and spread his hand. A powerful energy burst out from his body, affecting the surrounding countless black lights that surged into the sky and entangled with each other. Condense! Then Lin Yi roared, clasped his hands into a sword, and pointed at the huge fog-faced man. In an instant, the sky erupted again with a rumbling sound, and the originally dim world became completely dark. The fog-faced man was swallowed by a black light in the darkness, and the black light quickly condensed into a huge mark, as if sealing him in it. After doing this, Lin Yi did not stop, as if he had practiced this countless times. He turned his hand and took out 3 dark red beads. After spitting a mouthful of blood on them, he quickly made a gesture. In an instant, thousands of restriction seals were formed, and the 3 beads combined into a small array. These 3 beads were treasures used to detonate and injure the enemy. With the help of this array and restriction, the detonation program had been triggered. After the explosion, the power would be channeled through the array and restriction. Not only would the power of the explosion be greater, but the explosion power would also be condensed in one place, making the explosion more powerful. Go! Lin Yi suddenly threw out the 3 beads. The 3 beads were like a ray of light, and in the blink of an eye, they fell into the center of the huge black mark, where the fog-faced man was. Roar! At this moment, the foggy face used some kind of spell and turned into an ice dragon that broke the seal of the black mark. It roared and drilled out, but it just happened to collide with the 3 beads. Boom! Lin Yi teleported hundreds of miles away. The 3 beads exploded at the same time, causing the ice dragon to let out another roar. Its body collapsed and disintegrated inch by inch. Let's see if your doppelganger can still die. Lin Yi looked at the scene of the ice dragon collapsing, but he still did not stop attacking. At this moment, he raised his hand and pressed down fiercely. Activate the demon sealing meteor formation and extract the power of the stars for my own use. After Lin Yi pressed his palm down, he fiercely grabbed and lifted it up. Lin Yi's face was ferocious as he raised his hand, as if it was strenuous for him. It was as if he was grabbing something extremely heavy and lifting it up. As he pulled, the barren planet below trembled violently. The small black flags that were inserted all over the planet rose with an invisible force and condensed into Lin Yi's raised right hand. When Lin Yi raised his left hand to the highest point, the surface of the barren planet below suddenly began to shatter on a large scale. If one looked down from a high altitude, this was an extremely spectacular scene, as if the entire planet was falling apart at this moment. And in fact, that was exactly the case. When Lin Yi was extracting the power of the stars, the surface of the broken ice dragon was once again swept by the endless icy wind. The body that was about to shatter began to heal quickly, and the fluctuations caused by the explosion of the 3 beads were completely blocked by the icy wind that suddenly appeared. Star-destroying palm. Lin Yi condensed the power of the stars in his right hand, and his face became extremely ferocious and distorted. As if he was pushing an extremely heavy object, Lin Yi pushed out his palm and hit the ice dragon that was condensing again. The ice dragon had just finished condensing and roared at Lin Yi. Roar! Heaven and earth seemed to collapse and disappear in an instant. Lin Yi's body shook, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Then, he lost his sight and hearing. However, with Lin Yi's cultivation, he naturally did not need to use his senses to sense everything around him. Although he lost his sight and hearing, he could still sense it with his divine thoughts. However, when the power of the star-destroying palm and the roar of the ice dragon collided with each other and erupted with a power that seemed to destroy heaven and earth, Lin Yi's divine thoughts were swept away. He quickly withdrew his divine thoughts and took the opportunity to retreat. Just as the aftermath of the collision was about to sweep over Lin Yi, a golden bell suddenly appeared and enveloped him, helping him to withstand the impact of the damage. The rumbling sound gradually subsided, and Lin Yi walked out of the golden bell. Although blood flowed out of his 7 orifices and his face was pale, there was still an unyielding look on his face as he stood proudly in the air. Star's soul, collapse! Lin Yi shouted, and the fluctuation that had just calmed down suddenly rose again. Another earth-shattering bang came from the distant sky, and the endless power of the storm swept in all directions, reaching thousands of miles away. Lin Yi landed on the ground in a flash, and let the shock wave sweep over his head crazily, but the damage to the ground was surprisingly small. All of this was calculated by Lin Yi, so at this moment, he was also calmly avoiding the power of the aftermath. Lin Yi was confident that he could completely destroy the Ice Emperor's avatar by extracting all the energy of a planet, but at this moment, there was no joy on his face. There was only a solemn look on his face, and even Lin Yi's body was trembling. A few seconds later, the aftermath of the second explosion gradually subsided, and there was no more movement in the sky. Obviously, the Ice Emperor's avatar had been destroyed, but at this moment, Lin Yi seemed to have noticed something and suddenly looked up at the sky. At the end of the horizon, the energy storm was still sweeping everything, and even the space seemed to be shaking unstably, but there was a blue figure there, steadily approaching him like a mountain. Lin Yi, you should be proud that you can destroy my avatar. Didn't you want me to come in person? Well, now that I'm here, let's see how you're going to struggle. As the blue figure approached, at some point, the energy storm between heaven and earth suddenly subsided, as if it had never appeared. Then, a voice rang out, shaking the whole universe. Hearing the familiar voice and feeling the familiar aura, Lin Yi suddenly roared to the sky. Roar! With a roar, the wind and clouds changed color, and at the same time, Lin Yi's body suddenly expanded to nearly 1,000 feet long. A blood-red light flashed between his eyebrows, and a vast aura that did not belong to him spread out. Ice Emperor, you old thief, die! Lin Yi roared, and a fist as huge as a mountain slammed toward the blue-robed figure. The blue-robed figure was a plain-looking middle-aged man. At this moment, when he saw Lin Yi's fist coming, his face darkened, and at the same time, he waved his hand and said, "You overestimate yourself." As the Ice Emperor waved his hand, an endless icy wind broke through the void and blew across this part of the world, and the power of this icy wind was completely different from that of the ice dragon before. Lin Yi's fist was blown by the icy wind, and he immediately felt a sharp pain. An extremely cold force invaded his arm, as if it was going to freeze everything in his body. Ancient Slayer! At this critical moment, Lin Yi roared again, and his voice was almost hoarse. A blood-red light burst out from the bottom of the planet, and stabbed toward the Ice Emperor at an incredible speed. It seemed that even the endless icy wind could not stop it. However, just as the blood-red light was about to touch the Ice Emperor, a cold light flashed and turned into an almost transparent mirror, which blocked the blood-red light and bounced it back. The blood-red light disappeared quickly, and it bounced back quickly. Lin Yi did not even have time to react before the blood-red light penetrated his body. Suddenly, a terrifying force spread throughout his body, and his body collapsed in an instant. The ancient Slayer Broken Sword is actually in your hands. It's a pity that it's still sealed, and this old man has a treasure, Mirror Realm. Otherwise, I might have been injured by you, and that would be the biggest joke in the world. The moment Lin Yi's physical body collapsed, he heard the Ice Emperor's mocking voice. His soul felt a sharp pain, but under the protection of the Soul Protection Treasure, his soul was not destroyed in the end. After Lin Yi stabilized his mind, his soul immediately flew away, and at the same time, his physical body was reformed. However, his physical body collapsed, and many items that existed in his inner world were exposed in the air. At this moment, He was about to retrieve them, but he was stopped by the Ice Emperor, and he could not control them at all. Chapter 408. After the Ice Emperor stopped Lin Yi from taking back his treasures, he scanned the items with his divine thought. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "I heard that you had a mortal love in your early years, but she died in the hands of others. You tried your best to save her soul and even asked Emperor Yin to revive her. Unfortunately, you didn't succeed." As the Ice Emperor spoke, he suddenly waved his hand. Among Lin Yi's treasures, an ice-blue crystal bead flew toward him. This old man has sensed the aura of a soul in this object. It must be the remnant soul of your true love. If this old man were to destroy it in front of you today, tell me, how much would you hate this old man? Before the Ice Emperor could finish his words, Lin Yi was already furious. He roared, "Give it her, back to me!" Hearing Lin Yi's roar, the Ice Emperor raised his eyebrows. Seeing Lin Yi rushing toward him, he couldn't help but smile mockingly. He put the ice-blue crystal bead aside. "It's right here. Let's see how you're going to take it." The Ice Emperor smiled with a hint of mockery. Facing Lin Yi's powerful attack, he only raised his hand gently. Bang! The speed at which Lin Yi rushed over was the same as the speed at which he flew backwards. The Ice Emperor only raised his hand and sent Lin Yi flying. Lin Yi's newly formed body collapsed again. The pain caused Lin Yi's face to contort. "Ah!" Lin Yi roared, gritting his teeth. His expression turned cold, and he hid his anger. Lin Yi did not choose to use the ancient slaying sword again. He seemed to have made up his mind and suddenly closed his eyes. In the next second, he opened them abruptly and his pupils turned into a vast milky white color. At the same time, behind him, the void opened and a door emitting a soft white light appeared. The Ice Emperor wanted to play with Lin Yi for a while and kill the soul of his true love after he had given up all hope. This way, Lin Yi's mind would be completely broken and he would be turned into a puppet. However, the moment the white light gate appeared behind Lin Yi, the Ice Emperor's face suddenly changed. He could not help but cry out in horror, "The gate of the Haotian realm? The inheritance of Heavenly Emperor, how was actually obtained by you?" Lin Yi didn't have time to care about the Ice Emperor's reaction because he knew that he was going to die. He had received the inheritance of Heavenly Monarch Hao in his early years, so he had a deep understanding of Tao. Although he was not talented, he had been able to reach where he was today with great perseverance and courage. If Lin Yi had been given another few hundred years, he would have been able to step into the Tao Lord realm and completely receive Heavenly Emperor Hao's inheritance. At that time, even the Ice Emperor would not dare to provoke Lin Yi. It was a pity that Lin Yi was determined to fight to the death this time. He opened the gate of Heavenly Monarch Hao Tian's inheritance realm and sacrificed his soul to lure Heavenly Monarch Hao Tian's sword to kill the Ice Emperor. Celestial Emperor Vast had once been a Tao Lord of the 5th step. Rumor had it that he might have even reached the 6th step. His power was unfathomable. Although he was no longer controlling his lifeblood sword, the remaining power of the sword was enough to slay the Frost Emperor. However, Lin Yi was not confident that he could use all of the power of the Sword of Heavenly King on the Ice Emperor. Therefore, he was not confident that he could kill the Ice Emperor. But no matter what, he had to try. He wanted to take back the remnant soul of his true love, or die together with her. He would rather destroy her than let others hurt her. However, the Ice Emperor did not know about the existence of Heavenly Monarch Hao Tian's sword. When he saw Lin Yi open the gate of the Heavenly Monarch Hao Tian's realm, although he was shocked for a moment, he was only shocked by the gate of Heavenly Monarch Hao Tian's realm. "Ice Emperor, you old thief, return the pearl to me. Otherwise, either you or I will die." Lin Yi had not caused Heavenly Monarch Hao Tian's sword to appear from the gate, but a trace of terrifying power had already spread out, and most of it was directed at the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor felt the power from the gate, and his pupils shrank slightly. However, in the blink of an eye, he laughed and said, "Either I die or you die." What a joke! Do you think that you, a mere Tao-querying cultivator, can kill a Tao Lord of the third step with an inheritance? This is the biggest joke in the world. As soon as the Ice Emperor finished speaking, his face suddenly turned fierce and he said, "After I kill you, Heavenly Monarch Hao Tian's inheritance will be mine." Bang! At the same time, the bead next to the Ice Emperor that contained the soul of Lin Yi's true love suddenly exploded. "No!" Seeing the pearl shatter, Lin Yi immediately roared with his eyes wide open. His scream was so miserable that it was earth-shattering. Rumble! Without any warning, the white gate behind Lin Yi shattered with a loud bang, and it tore the entire sky apart. Immediately after, under the Ice Emperor's shocked gaze, the tip of a sword suddenly appeared in the vast expanse of white torn sky. The tip of the sword was pure white, triangular in shape, and was 1,000 meters long. After the tip of the sword, the body of the sword lined up with a rumbling sound, as if it was going to pierce through and destroy this part of the world. Heavenly Monarch Hao Tian's sword? The Ice Emperor's expression changed as he cried out in shock. At the same time, Lin Yi's angry roar resounded through the world. "Ice Emperor, you old thief, I'm going to kill you!" Hearing this, the Ice Emperor's expression turned cold, but he replied, "You are so crazy for a mortal woman. What a waste of your thousands of years of cultivation. What a fool!" Before the Ice Emperor finished speaking, Lin Yi had already activated Heavenly Monarch Hao Tian's sword and charged over. Dong! The sword of white light slashed down as if it was going to split the heavens and the earth. It was going to hit the Ice Emperor right in the middle. Even if you have Heavenly Monarch Hao Tian's sword, so what? With your cultivation level of Tao Querying Realm, you are still no match for me. Today, I will make you lose all hope in this battle. Only then can I relieve the pain of losing my son." The Ice Emperor shouted in the face of Heavenly Monarch Hao Tian's sword. At the same time, he stretched out both of his palms, and a chilly wind whistled in the sky as if it was going to destroy the other half of the sky. Rumble! When the sword radiance and the chilly wind collided, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. The planet that was already on the verge of collapse instantly disintegrated. However, neither Lin Yi nor the Ice Emperor was intimidated by the aftermath of the collision. "Kill!" Lin Yi roared again. He burned his soul and used the secret inheritance technique to completely control Heavenly Monarch Hao Tian's sword. Heavenly Monarch Hao Tian's sword suddenly shrunk and turned into a white sword radiance that fell into Lin Yi's hand. However, the power it contained did not diminish at all. As Lin Yi danced, the sword radiance of Heavenly Monarch Hao Tian's sword slashed at the Ice Emperor crazily. The Ice Emperor felt the power of the sword radiance, and could not help but narrow his eyes. However, he had just finished his words and could not afford to retreat. He immediately unleashed his energy, and his long blue hair danced behind his head. Both of his hands formed seals frantically and a transparent mirror appeared in front of him. The moment the sword radiance was about to hit him, the Ice Emperor suddenly roared. Hundreds of gray seals appeared in his hands and disappeared into the void. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth around him collapsed. Endless cold wind swept out and destroyed the terrifying sword radiance that Lin Yi had slashed out. However, the sword radiance was extremely powerful. It contained the remnant consciousness of Heavenly Monarch Hao Tian. Although it was destroyed, it still tore through the cold wind and hit the mirror in front of the Ice Emperor. Pung, pung, pung. The mirror vibrated continuously but was not damaged at all. It even reflected part of the sword radiance attack. However, due to the remnant consciousness of Heavenly Monarch Hao Tian, it could not control and hit Lin Yi like before. What a strong sword radiance! Luckily, I have the ultimate treasure, Mirror Realm, that the Lord gave me. Otherwise, I would be hurt by this Tao querying Realm Junior again. The Ice Emperor was secretly shocked. In the blink of an eye, he was filled with killing intent. I better kill this kid quickly to prevent any unforeseen events from happening. Hence, the Ice Emperor took a step forward and was about to kill Lin Yi with all his might. However, at this moment, Lin Yi accumulated the power of soul burning and channeled it into the heavenly monarch Hao Tian's sword. He looked up to the sky and roared, "I, Lin Yi, have only cultivated for her. You old bastard Ice Emperor, you destroyed her soul. Today, I will take your life as a sacrifice to her soul in the underworld." Dong. 1/ to destroy the world. With Lin Yi's soul burning and channeling all his power, he slashed out a shocking sword radiance that covered the sky. Lunatic. The Ice Emperor felt the power of the sword radiance, and was about to attack with all his might. However, his expression changed drastically and he hurriedly retreated. A Tao Lord of the third step was scared off by a Tao querying Realm Junior's self-sacrificing attack. How unbelievable was that? At the same time, in a starry sky millions of miles away, Zhou Jie stepped out and looked at the direction of the ripple. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. I have cultivated for her all my life. Zhou Jie could not help but repeat the words that he had just heard. His calm expression changed instantly. Chapter 409. Since he's met me, he's not going to die, Zhou Jie thought. Then, he took a step forward and arrived at the place where Lin Yi and the Ice Emperor were fighting. Although he was 1,000 feet away from the Ice Emperor and the Ice Emperor, Lin Yi's heavenly sword was very close to Zhou Jie. "Stop, I'll save your life," Zhou Jie said. His voice broke through layers of barriers under the effect of the law of space and entered Lin Yi's ears. At the same time, Zhou Jie hit Lin Yi with his palm and used all his strength to seal Lin Yi's body and prevent his soul from burning. Hearing Zhou Jie's unfamiliar voice, Lin Yi's crazy eyes suddenly became clear. After a short moment of hesitation, he chose to stop his soul from burning. At this moment, the Ice Emperor had already retreated 10,000 meters away. At the same time, he had also sensed Zhou Jie's appearance. In fact, he had set up a formation disk in the starry sky within a radius of 100 million kilometers. Moreover, this formation disk would move with Lin Yi, specifically to prevent Lin Yi from escaping. After all, with the Ice Emperor's deep foresight, how could he give Lin Yi a month to prepare and really give him a chance to escape? Zhou Jie was blocked by the Ice Emperor's formation. Out of curiosity, he came to take a look. He sensed the battle here and heard Lin Yi's last words, which led to the current scene. "Who is this person? Why did he come to help me?" After the Ice Emperor noticed that Zhou Jie was blocking Lin Yi's movement, he mistakenly thought that Zhou Jie was helping him. He couldn't help but be surprised and stopped retreating. On the other side, under Zhou Jie's suppression and Lin Yi's own abandonment, Lin Yi's shocking sword was stopped and dispersed. Under Zhou Jie's control, most of the energy was transferred back to Lin Yi's body. Even the injury to his soul was mostly healed. The Ice Emperor was turning around. When he saw this, his expression changed. He looked at Zhou Jie and shouted angrily, "Fellow cultivator, what are you doing? This person is someone this old man must kill. By doing this, you are opposing this old man, opposing the revered Elders' Council." Hearing this, Zhou Jie turned his head and looked at the Frost Emperor. His eyes turned cold. After thinking for a while, he decided to kill the Frost Emperor. The reason why Zhou Jie wanted to kill the Ice Emperor was very simple. He wanted to save Lin Yi, so the Ice Emperor would definitely not let him go. Moreover, the Ice Emperor had revealed that he was a member of the revered Elder Association. The revered Elder Association hated outsiders. If the Ice Emperor reported the incident to the revered Elder Association, the result was self-evident. Therefore, Zhou Jie withdrew his gaze and looked at Lin Yi, saying, "Stand down, I'll help you kill this person." Lin Yi was suddenly rescued by Zhou Jie. He didn't know what was going on, so he was even more surprised when he heard this. However, because he didn't know Zhou Jie at all, he didn't know what to say for a while. Zhou Jie didn't care whether Lin Yi replied or not. He immediately turned around and looked at the Ice Emperor with a murderous look in his eyes. Seeing this, the Ice Emperor's expression changed. He didn't know why Rinpochian suddenly wanted to kill him. However, he also knew that he couldn't explain it now. After all, he had just mentioned the revered Elders' Council. Now that Rinpochian wanted to kill him, it wasn't something that could be solved with just a few words. This person's aura is obscure, but I feel that there is not much difference between him and me. He knows that I am a member of the revered Elders' Council, but he still wants to kill me. He is really arrogant. The Ice Emperor's mind raced as his expression turned cold. He said to Zhou Jie, "No matter who you are, since you're not a member of the Honorable Elders Association, if you dare to stop me today, I'll kill you as well." Hearing this, Zhou Jie didn't say anything. He immediately stepped forward, and at the same time, his body suddenly became thousands of feet tall. Then, he threw a punch at the Ice Emperor. What? When the Ice Emperor saw Zhou Jie suddenly transform and release a terrifying power that was slightly more powerful than that of a Dao Lord of the Third Step, he was shocked. At the same time, he frantically retreated. Whoosh! 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 As the Ice Emperor rapidly retreated, endless gray cold wind swept out to meet Zhou Jie's fist, which was several times bigger than an ordinary mountain. Dong! Under the punch, the cold wind was blown away and collapsed. The Ice Emperor's terrified scream resounded through the sky. Mystic Ice Dao, Ice Seal 10,000 Worlds. The Ice Emperor had just used a powerful divine ability to block Zhou Jie's punch. However, as soon as the ice barrier was formed, it was torn apart by the punch like a thin piece of paper. The momentum of Zhou Jie's punch landed directly on the Ice Emperor's body. The scream stopped abruptly. The Ice Emperor's body exploded. More than 90% of his divine body was shattered, and he was sent flying like a meteor. Only then did the power of Zhou Jie's punch stop. This sealed realm cultivator's body is indeed weak. This person's strength has reached the late stage of the Imperial Emperor realm, but his body's strength is only at the early stage of the Imperial Emperor realm. When Zhou Jie saw this, he thought to himself. He wasn't surprised at all by the power of his punch. Although Zhou Jie's cultivation was only at the late stage of the Imperial Emperor realm, he could casually use a secret technique to fight with an ordinary peak Imperial Emperor. Not to mention, if he used all his secret techniques and treasures, ordinary perfected Imperial Emperors wouldn't be a match for him. The Ice Emperor's strength was only at the late stage of the Imperial Emperor realm. In fact, he wasn't very strong among the late stage of the Imperial Emperor realm. In Zhou Jie's hands, a casual punch with the 9-star transformations was enough to injure him. On the other hand, the Ice Emperor wasn't as calm as Zhou Jie. At this moment, his heart collapsed, and he no longer had any thoughts of killing Zhou Jie. The other party had almost severely injured him with a single punch. With such strength, even if he used all his methods, there was no way he could win. Crazy, crazy. This person should also be a Dao Lord of the Third Step. Why is his divine body so powerful? The Ice Emperor's heart trembled. After being sent flying, his body quickly reformed. He fled into the distance without looking back. His speed was so fast that even Zhou Jie was slightly surprised. He specializes in the laws. He's not slow. Zhou Jie thought to himself. At the same time, he took a step forward. His huge body suddenly turned illusory. He had used the secret technique, space-time displacement, and appeared above the Ice Emperor's head. He punched down again. Rumble! While the Ice Emperor was flying, he suddenly felt the space around him tremble. Then, his vision darkened. He looked up in shock and saw Zhou Jie's fist coming down. The terrifying power was the reason why the space around him was trembling. This is Reflect Realm. At this critical moment, the Ice Emperor suppressed his fear and roared. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the transparent mirror that suddenly appeared in front of him. Instantly, the mirror emitted a strange red light. It suddenly expanded and covered a large area of the sky above the Ice Emperor. Zhou Jie's fist followed closely behind and smashed directly on the transparent mirror. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The pale red mirror trembled violently, and the light emitted from it instantly changed, from red to orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and finally into 7 different colors. There was also a terrifying repulsive force that wanted to break through the sky. Zhou Jie's punch happened to collide with the 7-colored power that appeared on the mirror. Naturally, the two of them began to fight. For a moment, the sound of rumbling and the sound of waves could be heard endlessly. Zhou Jie felt that it was difficult for his punch to land. He was surprised. When he realized that it was because the Ice Emperor had summoned a treasure, his expression changed slightly. After thinking for a very short time, he finally made up his mind. Great Sun Transformation Art. Ding! The surface of Zhou Jie's fist that was fighting against the mirror suddenly glowed with a reddish-gold light. The light seemed to explode. The moment it appeared, the space around it began to tremble violently. The shattered fragments of space were then incinerated into nothingness. Boom, boom, boom! After using the Great Sun Transformation Art, Zhou Jie's physical strength reached a terrifying level. The power contained in his entire body was like that of millions of suns. The power of his punch was like that of several suns exploding at the same time. The mirror couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered with a series of loud sounds. Impossible! This is a treasure that the Exalt bestowed upon me. It can withstand the attacks of a Tao Lord of the 4th step. How could it be shattered by a single punch? The moment the mirror realm shattered, the Ice Emperor's heart felt like it was going to collapse. He couldn't help but cry out in shock. Die. Then, Zhou Jie's voice rang out between heaven and earth. What followed was the complete collapse of the mirror realm. The huge fist reappeared in front of the Ice Emperor. No! Save me, Exalt! The Ice Emperor didn't have any thoughts of resisting the power of the punch. He screamed in terror and took out a token to crush it. After the token was crushed, a great power of law appeared and formed a vortex in the void. At the last moment when Zhou Jie's fist was about to land on the Ice Emperor's body, a firm voice rang out from the vortex. I am Exalt Tai Hao, one of the 8 Exalts of the Exalt Council. Who dares to kill a member of the Exalt Council? Chapter 410. As the voice rang out, a huge palm tore through the void vortex and met Zhou Jie's fist head-on. The Frost Emperor was pierced through by the palm, but he was unscathed. His face was still filled with shock as he witnessed the clash between Honorable Tai Hao and Zhou Jie. Bang! The shock wave from the collision instantly shattered the void. Even though the Frost Emperor retreated as fast as he could, he still couldn't escape from the shock wave. Ah! The Frost Emperor's already heavily injured body was torn apart along with the void. His soul also couldn't escape from the shockwave and was violently distorted. Almost half of it disintegrated. A peak sovereign emperor! Zhou Jie couldn't help but exclaim when he felt the power of Honorable Tai Hao's palm strike. When the fist and palm collided, Zhou Jie had chosen to unleash his full strength in order to kill the Ice Emperor. The power of that punch was enough to severely injure an ordinary peak Imperial Emperor, but it was completely blocked by that palm. Moreover, that palm was extremely ingenious. It actually dissolved most of the power of Zhou Jie's punch and merged into the surrounding void. No matter how Zhou Jie exerted his strength, it was difficult for him to shatter that palm. This was also the reason why the aftershock of the collision was so strong that it caused the void to crack. Although the Frost Emperor was heavily injured again, he was still a Tao Lord of the third step. As long as his soul origin wasn't destroyed, he could recover. He immediately used his divine ability again, and his soul turned into a streak of icy blue light that shot into the distance. He was so fast that he even ignored the shattered void. Zhou Jie's expression turned cold when he sensed the Frost Emperor's escape. He smashed his other fist down and finally disintegrated the power of Honorable Tai Hao's palm strike. Zhou Jie glanced at the torn void vortex, but he didn't see anyone. He was puzzled. If Honorable Tai Hao could attack through the void vortex, he should be able to descend through the vortex as well. However, it didn't seem to be the case. In fact, this was indeed the case. Because the entire sealed realm was enveloped by the sealed realm array, the sealed realm array was located in the depths of the void. As long as a living being couldn't break through the array, they wouldn't be able to pass through. Thus, even if a fixed space tunnel was created, one could only attack from a distance and not pass through it. Another thing to note was that the deeper one went into the space, the more stable the spatial tunnel would be. The farther the spatial tunnel was, the more stable it would be. Therefore, it had to be deep in the interlayer of space. The closer the spatial tunnel, on the other hand, wouldn't trigger the realm-sealing grand formation. Zhou Jie didn't even have the time to destroy the void vortex. He chased after the fleeing Honorable Tai Hao's body and pressed his palm strike. Zhou Jie's palm appeared above the Honorable Tai Hao. The Honorable Tai Hao was so scared that he used 120% of his strength to escape. However, he still couldn't outrun Zhou Jie's palm strike. 2 seconds before Zhou Jie's hand reached the Honorable Tai Hao, an angry roar came from the void vortex. "You are indeed strong to be able to take my palm strike. However, it's not enough. If you stop now, I can spare your life. Otherwise, you will die." Accompanying the voice was a black dagger. After it appeared from the void vortex, it almost pierced towards Zhou Jie's waist. Wherever it passed, a crack was left in the space that couldn't be healed in a short period of time. Zhou Jie's pupils shrank. His soul power surged out and combined with the law of space. He tried to freeze the black dagger in the air. However, there was a terrifying corrosive power on the dagger. Under the pressure of Zhou Jie's 2 powers, the dagger only paused for a moment before it recovered and continued to stab towards Zhou Jie's waist. This time, Zhou Jie had no choice but to quickly retreat. As a result, he stopped chasing after the Honorable Tai Hao. Clang! At the critical moment, Zhou Jie took out the primordial 8 strikes to block in front of him. The dagger crashed into the primordial 8 strikes and immediately bounced back like lightning. It fell into the hands of a figure that appeared from the void vortex. That figure seemed to be condensed from black flames. Only the shape of a human could be seen, and it was impossible to distinguish whether it was a man or a woman. With the short sword in hand, the black figure took a step forward and appeared above Zhou Jie's head like lightning, slashing down at Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie's expression turned cold. He was really angry. From the exchange of blows just now, Zhou Jie estimated that Honorable Tai Hao was at the peak of the Imperial Emperor realm. Moreover, he was much stronger than Zhou Jie. If Honorable Tai Hao's true body came, Zhou Jie might still be afraid. However, Honorable Tai Hao's true body couldn't come and only sent a doppelganger to teach him a lesson. Zhou Jie felt that Honorable Tai Hao was looking down on him. What a bully! That's all. Burning Sky Seal, appear. With a thought, Zhou Jie's left eye suddenly spewed out a monstrous blue flame. Even the heaven and earth were burning, and it instantly engulfed the black figure that had just approached. At the same time, Zhou Jie raised the primordial 8 strikes. The profundity of the everlasting saint's hand, the everlasting 100 strikes. Boom, boom, boom. Zhou Jie slashed out 38 times in an instant, and all of them landed on one point. The power finally gathered in the 39th slash and poured down on the black figure's dagger. Bam! Without any suspense, the black figure was instantly destroyed. Even the dagger lost control and flew into the distance. However, Zhou Jie quickly grabbed it back. That was not the end. Under Zhou Jie's calculation, the remaining sword momentum fell into the void vortex. As soon as a giant hand reached out from it, the sword chi poured down and shattered it along with the void vortex. Rumble, the destruction of the void vortex caused the passage inside to begin to collapse, but a force began to frantically stabilize the passage. At the same time, Honorable Tai Hao's voice sounded again with obvious fury. You can wait to die if you don't listen to me. Zhou Jie did not care at all. He slashed out the 40th slash, and the terrifying sword light instantly destroyed the void vortex. After doing all this, Zhou Jie did not stop. His body shrunk as he stepped out and appeared light years away. Moreover, the Ice Emperor took advantage of Zhou Jie's distraction to escape to a place where space was still relatively stable and immediately teleported away. In one breath, he escaped to a distance of light years away. After that, he continued to teleport crazily, and not long after, he escaped to a distance of hundreds of light years. After teleporting several hundred light years away, the Ice Emperor heaved a sigh of relief and landed on a barren planet, intending to hide and recuperate. However, the void before him fluctuated slightly, and Zhou Jie, who was dressed in black, walked out. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission coldly. Why aren't you running anymore? When the Ice Emperor saw Zhou Jie, he screamed in fear. He didn't look like the Ice Emperor anymore. He unleashed a space-sealing spell and tried to escape. However, as soon as the Ice Emperor used his ability, Zhou Jie appeared less than 2 meters in front of him, as if he had teleported. He reached out and pointed at the Ice Emperor's forehead. The Ice Emperor's head was slightly tilted, and his entire body froze. Under Zhou Jie's seemingly simple finger, the Ice Emperor's body was completely destroyed. His soul was also swept away and destroyed within a breath. Zhou Jie withdrew his hand. The Ice Emperor's body disintegrated like dust and slowly drifted away under the radiation of the universe. After killing the Ice Emperor, Zhou Jie found that he did not have a storage item. He frowned slightly and did not think much about it. He teleported back to the crumbling barren planet. With a thought, Zhou Jie locked onto Lin Yi's position and appeared in front of him in the next second. When Lin Yi saw that Zhou Jie had returned, he quickly stepped forward and bowed. Junior Lin Yi, thanks Senior for saving my life. After a pause, Lin Yi continued, Junior has no way to repay Senior's kindness. In the future, are you willing to be my disciple? Zhou Jie did not want to hear Lin Yi say these things, so he asked directly. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. He quickly said, I am willing. Disciple Lin Yi greets Master. My name is Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie said quickly. He thought for a moment and continued, I can see that you are very talented. More importantly, what you said attracted me to save you. A lifetime of cultivation, only for her. Very good, very good. Master once loved her too. When Lin Yi heard Zhou Jie suddenly say this, he could not help but be stunned again. However, he quickly understood the meaning of Zhou Jie's words. When he thought of the death of his beloved, he could not help but grit his teeth. Master, do you have a way to revive my beloved? After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yi asked this question. Chapter 4:11. When Zhou Jie heard the question, he suddenly had an idea. He did not answer Lin Yi's question. Instead, he said, open your mind. Master will check your memories first. Lin Yi was startled when he heard this. Thinking that it was understandable, he nodded and said, yes, Master. After getting an affirmative answer, Zhou Jie did not use any secret technique. He directly used his soul force to enter Lin Yi's mind and began to read his life's memories. Not long after, Zhou Jie retracted his soul force. He looked at Lin Yi with a hint of pity. He nodded and said, you are very good. Although your talent is not as high as Master thought, your perseverance and perception are excellent. Master does not have the ability to resurrect your love, but Master knows a person who should be able to help you. After a pause, Zhou Jie turned his head and looked into the distance. He continued, but Master is not from the sealed realm. I came from the outer realm. I have seen your memories. I think you should know what this means. The person who can help you resurrect your love is also a powerful person from the outer realm. His strength is beyond any existence in the sealed realm. But there is one thing that Master is not clear about. After the people in the sealed realm die, their souls dissipate and become true spirit. Do they return directly to the river of true spirits, or are they controlled by the rules of the inner realm and temporarily stored in the sealed realm? If it is the latter, Master may be able to resurrect your love, as long as I can find the place where the true spirit is stored. After saying all this, Zhou Jie did not say anything more. He did not look at Lin Yi. He was waiting for Lin Yi to speak. Lin Yi suddenly received a lot of information from Zhou Jie's words. He could not react in a short time. So, after thinking for a while, he said, so, Master has just exposed yourself in order to save me. Once the revered elders know that Master came from the outer realm, Master will be in danger. Since Master has found a way to come to the sealed realm, you must have something important to do here. So, where does Master plan to go next? If you have any instructions, this disciple will do as you say. When Zhou Jie heard this, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised by Lin Yi's words. Lin Yi had just asked about the resurrection of his beloved, but now he directly focused on Zhou Jie's safety. It could be seen that his wisdom was extraordinary, which was also in line with the image that Zhou Jie understood from his memory. Your attainment in restriction is very high, so I'll teach you a new restriction system. I think it will be very helpful to you. I'm going to the other world next, and I don't know how long it will take. During this time, you should find a safe place to study this restriction and cultivate on your own. When I leave, I'll take you with me. As for the matter of your true love, I will think of a way. If I can't find a way to revive your true love before I leave, I will bring you to that Almighty and ask Him to help you revive your true love. Zhou Jie said all this in one breath. Thinking of the possible threat that the revered elders might pose, he decided to go to the other world as soon as possible. In this way, he could temporarily avoid unnecessary trouble brought by the revered elders. Okay. This disciple will listen to Master's arrangement. Lin Yi immediately agreed when he heard this. So, Zhou Jie taught Lin Yi a set of restriction that he had learned from the divine tactics path in the form of soul transmission. After a few words of advice, he left Sealed Realm, Divine Realm. Divine Realm was the largest self-contained spatial world among all the realms in the Sealed Realm. Its size was comparable to the largest star region in the outside world. It could be said to be extremely vast. Divine Realm was also the holy land of cultivation for the cultivators in the Sealed Realm because the headquarters of the revered elders, Divine Mountain, was located there. As the strongest force of the human tribe in the Sealed Realm, the revered elders' power was unimaginable. Every member of the revered elders had their own fiefdom, whether it was a planet or a continent. They ruled over trillions of living beings and cultivated a large number of cultivators. Although there were many derivative forces with the revered elders as the core, any one of them would be outstanding in other realms. At this moment, in the depths of a black mountain range in Divine Mountain, a burst of atmospheric energy suddenly burst out. An angry snort resounded through the heavens and earth. "Humph, no matter where you run to, I will kill you." As the voice echoed, a black-robed figure stepped out from the depths of the mountain range. His figure flickered a few times before he left the continent where Divine Mountain was located. His departure attracted the attention of many old monsters in the revered elders. There were not many things that could make Honorable Tai Hao so angry that he came out of seclusion. In the depths of an underground palace in the most central mountain range of Divine Mountain, a man covered in a black robe sat cross-legged. He was originally staring at the water-like mirror on the ground in a daze. When the black-robed figure, who was Honorable Tai Hao, left, he suddenly looked up as if he had received some kind of message. However, a second later, he looked down at the mirror again and continued to remain silent as if he had been eternally silent. There were only 12 true members of the revered elders. These 12 people were called the 8 Venerables, the 3 Celestial Venerables, and the 1 Sovereign. Honorable Tai Hao was one of the 8 Venerables. Most of the members of the revered elders lived in the sacred land of Divine Mountain for a long time, but there were a few who didn't. Honorable Xian Dao was one of them. He was the weakest of the Venerables in terms of combat power. He had become a Venerable solely because of his extremely high comprehension ability and various great opportunities. This made Honorable Xian Dao admire Heavenly Fate. After becoming a Venerable, he had almost given up on cultivation and devoted himself to Heavenly Fate divination. As a result, he was the #1 expert in karma aside from the Sovereign. After Honorable Tai Hao left Divine Mountain, the first thing he did was find Honorable Xian Dao and ask him to help track down Zhou Jie so that he could hunt him down. After negotiating the price, Honorable Xian Dao agreed to help. "If you don't succeed, I won't take your item." Honorable Tai Hao nodded and urged, "Yes, let's begin." Honorable Xian Dao closed his eyes. Then, a huge array bloomed under his feet, covering an area of more than 1,000,000,000 kilometers. Honorable Tai Hao was also shocked when he sensed it. Fortunately, he found that the formation wasn't very aggressive, so he was secretly relieved. Honorable Xian Dao didn't pay attention to Honorable Tai Hao's reaction. His eyes were still closed, but he raised his hand and made a gesture in front of Honorable Tai Hao. Honorable Tai Hao only felt a very slight fluctuation enveloping his body before it disappeared without a trace. He was also surprised by this, but he couldn't find any mystery. At the same time, Zhou Jie was driving a flying boat to the Otherworld. Since the Otherworld was located in the same direction as the Divine Realm, Zhou Jie was slightly worried. However, when he thought that Honorable Xian Dao probably wouldn't be able to find him, he didn't choose to take a detour. Instead, he headed to the Otherworld in a straight line as short as possible. At that time, Zhou Jie was still comprehending the Divine Fire Palace Master's Divine Fire Palace Master's Divine Fire Palace Master, intending to create his own Divine Fire secret art. Zhou Jie had even come up with a name, Guiding. Because Zhou Jie's original idea was to set up the array in one place, and then use the guiding principle to guide the power of the array to any place, so he was now trying to teleport the power of the array over a short distance, and even the entire array itself. However, Zhou Jie had tried no less than 1,000 times, and he discovered that the power of the teleportation formation at close range was very simple. After all, the formation he used was extremely small, and its power wasn't great. He only needed to construct a spatial passageway to accomplish it. However, if he wanted to activate the entire formation, the difficulty would increase exponentially. Even though Zhou Jie was still able to activate it at close range with his full strength, he clearly knew that it was because the distance was short enough, and the formation's power was too weak that it led to his success. Just as Zhou Jie had failed many times and was frowning, his eyebrows suddenly twitched, and then he raised his head in shock, looking at the void with a wave of bewilderment. What strange and subtle waves! Could it be, after thinking for a while, Zhou Jie suddenly realized something. His face changed slightly and his eyes turned cold. On the Heavenly Fate Temple, Master Xian Dao suddenly opened his eyes with a hint of shock. Master Tai Hao immediately asked, "What's wrong? Have you found that person?" Xian Dao Honorable looked at Tai Hao Honorable and didn't answer his question. Instead, he said, "Someone from the outside world." After sensing the strange fluctuation, Zhou Jie sped up the flying boat with all his might, all the way to an extremely dangerous speed. Fortunately, in less than 3 days, Zhou Jie arrived at the foreign battlefield. Chapter 412. The alien battlefield was right in front of the sealed crack of the alien world. There were countless small continents where a large number of sealed realm cultivators were stationed. Most of them were sent by the major forces to train, and some of them were stationed for a long time. However, the main force to deal with the invasion of the alien world's monsters was still the cultivators on the Divine Realm continent. The Divine Realm continent was the largest void continent in the alien battlefield, and it also had the most cultivators gathered there. Most of them came from the Divine Realm, and they directly followed the orders of the revered elders. The day before Zhou Jie arrived, all the cultivators on the Divine Realm continent received orders from the revered elders to activate the 9th heaven-devouring formation and all the restrictive arrays, seal all the passages to the alien world's cracks, and forbid anyone from entering or leaving the alien world. After Zhou Jie arrived at the alien battlefield, he scanned with his perception and locked on to one of the alien world's cracks, and rushed there. Along the way, Zhou Jie did not take a flying boat, but traveled through the void on foot. As for the various restrictive arrays set up in the alien battlefield, Zhou Jie already knew them by heart when he sensed them just now. However, he remained calm and collected, as if he did not know anything about it, and he walked into the trap of one of the restrictive arrays. Zhou Jie's intrusion did not touch the restrictive arrays at first, but as he went deeper and deeper, Zhou Jie's eyes became serious and his pace slowed down. He had only studied restrictive arrays for a short time, so even if he had learned the inheritance of the divine mystery path from the Holy Land, Zhou Jie's restrictive arrays were very limited. This time, he did not choose to break the restrictive arrays by force, but relied on the eye of restriction, which was specially used to see through restrictive arrays, to break the restrictive arrays. In this way, he could achieve the purpose of improving his restrictive arrays by breaking the restrictive arrays. At some point, Zhou Jie had a bad feeling. At the same time, an arc of light flashed under his feet, and the entire enchantment was activated. If it was just one enchantment, it would be fine, but there were hundreds of enchantments in this alien battlefield, and they had been carefully set up by the people of the sealed realm for thousands of years. Now they were all interconnected. As soon as Zhou Jie touched the enchantment he was in, the other hundreds of enchantments were activated one after another. Suddenly, countless lights and shadows appeared, sealing all the airspace near the alien world crack. As expected of a restriction grand formation that has been set up for over 10,000 years. If I'm able to break through all these restrictions, then my attainments in restrictions would definitely be able to improve greatly, and it would even save me a few thousand years of studying. Zhou Jie was trapped in one place by hundreds of enchantments, but his expression didn't change. He just looked at the light of the enchantments in the distance with a trace of desire in his eyes. However, Zhou Jie was also clearly aware that his whereabouts had been exposed, and it was most likely done by the revered elder, Venerable Tai Hao. It was very likely that Venerable Tai Hao was here, but he didn't know why he hadn't appeared yet. Although I'm not afraid of Venerable Tai Hao, he has the revered elders behind him. I can't fight against them alone. I still have to enter the alien world as soon as possible. It's a pity that I don't have time to study these enchantments. Zhou Jie couldn't help sighing slightly after thinking for a short while. At the same time, on the Divine Realm continent millions of kilometers away from Zhou Jie, tens of thousands of cultivators flew away from the continent and rushed towards Zhou Jie. Not only that, but many cultivators from other small void continents also rushed towards Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie sensed something, but he didn't even look at those cultivators who were rushing over. The burning heaven seal in his left eye rumbled out, and a monstrous blue flame surged and spread. In the blink of an eye, it burned a restriction grand formation. None of the restrictions were able to resist, and they all collapsed into nothingness. Boom! Then, Zhou Jie used the phantom steps and moved 10,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Although there were countless restrictions wherever Zhou Jie went, they were all useless under the burning of the burning heaven seal. It was as if they didn't exist at all. Zhou Jie's attack instantly stunned the tens of thousands of cultivators who were about to attack him. Almost all of them were Star Lords, and 2 of them were Tao Lords of the first step. However, in this moment, all of them came to a halt in shock. The grand restrictive formations are useless against him. He's most likely at the level of a Tao Lord of the third step. Someone like him. No wonder the Exalted Elder ordered us to activate all of our formations to stop him. But how can we possibly stop him? The Tao Lord of the first step, who was closest to Zhou Jie, secretly cursed in his heart. When he sensed the terrifying power of those blue flames, he immediately retreated. Zhou Jie didn't pay any attention to the cultivators who were approaching him, nor did his burning heaven seal affect them. He continued to move quickly towards the otherworld rift. Suddenly, Zhou Jie frowned. At the same time, a crimson screen of light appeared in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a blood-red vortex. Next, a powerful attractive force erupted from the vortex, causing the fabric of space to begin to crack apart. Zhou Jie's speed was greatly affected. Although he was only a few 100,000 kilometers away from the otherworld rift behind the blood-red vortex, he wouldn't be able to reach it in an instant. After the blood-red vortex appeared, a red-robed elder slowly walked out from the center of it. He looked at Zhou Jie, a fierce look on his face as he said, "Are you the one who tried to enter this otherworld? I am the scion of the blood god. I have come on the orders of the revered elders to take your life." Upon hearing the red-robed scion's words, Zhou Jie's frown deepened. A hint of anger appeared on his face as he immediately said, "Did Honorable Taihao send you here? Instead of coming himself, he sent you, a Tao Lord of the third step, to your death. How laughable!" After saying this, Zhou Jie ignored the red-robed elder's expression. Just as the red-robed elder was about to say something, he took a step forward and punched. Rumble! At the same time, Zhou Jie's body expanded explosively. His fist instantly expanded to a diameter of 300 meters, and it almost ignored the attractive force of the blood-red vortex as it landed steadily on the scion's head. Seeing Zhou Jie's power, the scion's expression changed again. His eyes shone brightly as he immediately shouted, "Spirit-devouring formation of the 9 heavens, devour!" Clang! Blood-red light erupted from the scion's body and merged with the blood-red vortex. In the end, it transformed into a crimson mouth that swallowed Zhou Jie's fist. Compared to it, Zhou Jie's fist seemed extremely small. Even though he was tens of thousands of meters tall, Zhou Jie's body was only 1/10 the size of the mouth. However, as the power of Zhou Jie's punch poured out, he directly ignited the might of the burning heaven seal once again. Immediately, a violent blue flame surged into the huge devouring mouth, causing the huge mouth to distort. The might of Zhou Jie's punch followed closely behind. Rumbling resounded as the enormous devouring mouth and blood-red vortex instantly shattered apart, and it formed an extremely terrifying tempest that shattered the space in an area of a few million kilometers inch by inch. Ugh! The scion of the blood god's formation was destroyed, and he was sent flying while coughing up blood. Zhou Jie's entire body was wreathed in golden light, and he radiated a temperature comparable to the core of some planets. This was the result of him using the great solar spiritualization art. Although the punch seemed simple and unadorned, Zhou Jie had actually used both the great solar spiritualization art and the 9-star transformations at the same time. Combined with the power of the burning heaven seal, he was able to destroy the scion's formation. Extinguish. Zhou Jie could sense that the scion was fleeing. Without even thinking about it, he used the burning heaven seal to chase after him, wanting to incinerate him into ashes with the power of his flames. The scion could sense the power of the burning heaven seal. As a Downlord of the third step, he wasn't completely defenseless, but he didn't want to fight back at all. He immediately called out, "Lord Paragon, save me!" Almost as soon as the scion's words left his mouth, an angry snort rang out from nearby. Just as Zhou Jie sensed it, an enormous, familiar hand suddenly appeared behind the scion, helping him block the burning heaven seal. Rumble. After colliding with the burning sky seal, more than half of the gigantic palm was incinerated. However, the terrifying power it contained caused the burning sky seal to collapse. The remaining power rolled back and returned to Zhou Jie's left eye to be nourished and formed a seal. Outsider, given your level of cultivation, you actually dared to come to the sealed realm in search of fortune. You even dared to offend me? You are seeking death. After the burning heaven seal crumbled, the enormous hand dissipated as well. At the same time, a voice rang out through the starry skies, deliberately echoing in Zhou Jie's ears. Zhou Jie was now 30,000 meters tall, and he was calmly staring to his right. The void there was rippling, and a black-robed, black-haired, middle-aged man just so happened to step out. Although he was only a meter tall, he stared at Zhou Jie with a look of contempt in his eyes. Chapter 413. After a brief exchange of glances, a streak of light suddenly flashed between Zhou Jie's eyebrows and shot at Venerable Tai Hao like a laser beam. Venerable Tai Hao's eyes flickered. He sensed that the streak of light was the treasure he used to deal with Zhou Jie, the Black Dagger. Also, Venerable Tai Hao found that the divine consciousness he had engraved in the dagger was still there, so he wanted to control it. However, as soon as Venerable Tai Hao's divine consciousness touched the black dagger, the hidden seal on the dagger was triggered, and the dagger instantly self-destructed and exploded. Boom! Under the guidance of Zhou Jie's restriction, most of the explosive force was directed at Honorable Tai Hao. Honorable Tai Hao's soul force was the first to bear the brunt and was instantly annihilated. This made Honorable Tai Hao pale and furious. "How dare you set me up?" Venerable Tai Hao roared. Instead of dodging, he charged at Zhou Jie in the face of the explosive force of the dagger. Boom! Amidst the terrifying sound of particles vibrating, Honorable Tai Hao shot out of the explosion like a bolt of lightning. Looking from afar, Honorable Tai Hao looked like a red needle stabbing at Zhou Jie's forehead. There were many treasures in the space between Zhou Jie's eyebrows, but the divine secret mirror had begun to self-repair after it was completed, so it could not be used for the time being. The shield transformation had been damaged in the previous battle with Rhodes, and Zhou Jie had kept it in the extreme thunder seal in his right eye to refine and repair it. The Wanjie Rubik's Cube had always sealed the golden sword from Huang Yi. Until now, Zhou Jie had not been able to take it for his own use. As for the vast star net, there was a drop of extraordinary power sealed within it. Zhou Jie would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Thus, he stored it in his spatial ring. There was also the Holy Phoenix Talisman, which was his trump card. Zhou Jie would not easily reveal it either. Furthermore, Zhou Jie discovered that he could not change the size of the blue battle armor, the sea god's armor, which he had obtained from Rodrith. Thus, even though he had refined it, he did not wear it after weighing the pros and cons. Therefore, there were only 3 usable items left in the space between Zhou Jie's eyebrows: the primordial 8 slashes, the seal plate, that had the ability to seal an ancient god's corpse, and the ancestral artifact of Zack's race, a star breaker. Among them, Zhou Jie thought that the sealing plate was just for storage, but after studying it, he found that it was a restriction divine artifact. When used to the extreme, it could seal everything. Rhodes didn't know how to use it, so he didn't use it in the battle with Zhou Jie. He only used it to seal an ancient god's corpse to ensure that the energy and matter in the corpse wouldn't be wasted. Faced with Venerable Tai Hao's powerful attack, coldness and killing intent surged out of Zhou Jie's eyes. A yellow halo suddenly glowed between his eyebrows, and he charged at the red lightning that Venerable Tai Hao had turned into. The 2 streaks of light collided almost instantly. Venerable Tai Hao grabbed forward, trying to tear apart Zhou Jie's eyebrows, but the yellow halo suddenly hit him. He subconsciously tore it apart, only to be torn apart by it. After he tore it apart, the yellow halo entangled him like tenacious silk and completely trapped him, making it impossible for him to move at all. Seal! Zhou Jie's voice came through the space particles and echoed in Venerable Tai Hao's ears. Venerable Tai Hao's face changed even more. Zhou Jie was pleasantly surprised by the sealing power of the O-plate sealing, but he knew that he hadn't fully unleashed the power of the O-plate sealing yet. It wasn't enough to truly seal Venerable Tai Hao and could only hold him back for a moment. Therefore, when Zhou Jie uttered the word seal, the enlarged primeval 8 strikes appeared between his eyebrows and slashed at Venerable Tai Hao, who had been temporarily sealed. Zhou Jie could have wounded Venerable Tai Hao with this lightning-fast trapping attack. However, when the primeval 8 strikes was about to land on Venerable Tai Hao, a sigh echoed in the starry sky. At the same time, a figure with countless light wheels behind him broke through the void and appeared in front of Venerable Tai Hao. He raised his hand and blocked Zhou Jie's attack for him. When the 8 strikes of the primordial chaos came into contact with the palm of the person who had appeared, it was silently pushed back. However, dozens of layers of the countless light wheel formations behind the figure were instantly broken, but it was only dozens of layers. Compared to the remaining number, it was simply insignificant. The person who suddenly appeared was none other than Venerable Tai Hao. Zhou Jie's face changed and his eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he raised his hand and grabbed the hilt of the primeval 8 strikes without hesitation, infinite 100 strikes. Rumble! Almost as soon as Zhou Jie grabbed the primeval 8 strikes, a large amount of red and gold flames soared out like liquid. At the same time, the primeval 8 strikes turned into an overwhelming number of golden slashes, crazily gathering saber momentum at one point. Venerable Tai Hao's individual combat ability was the weakest among the 8 venerables. Speaking of which, he was even weaker than Zhou Qingxian, who had just reached the peak of the Imperial Emperor realm. However, after studying karma and the heavenly secrets, his skills in restrictions and formations were extremely terrifying, and his life-saving ability was very strong. If he was given time to prepare, the power he could exert was definitely the strongest among the 8 venerables. Faced with Zhou Jie's decisive attack, Venerable Tai Hao's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly retreated. Venerable Tai Hao also broke free in anger and came to Venerable Tai Hao with a roar, "Outsider, you're courting death! Xian Dao, lend me a hand!" Venerable Tai Hao anxiously shouted at Venerable Tai Hao. At the same time, he took out a black longsword, and the blood-red light on him suddenly condensed into a reddish-black color. Then, Honorable Tai Hao slashed his sword, and the space where Zhou Jie was instantly torn apart. Endless black flames were surging from the edge of the gap and joined together in the blink of an eye, competing with Zhou Jie's primeval universe fire as an equal. Demonic flame of obliteration, burn! With a roar, Venerable Tai Hao swung his sword again. Instantly, the sky full of black flames erupted and merged with a black sword light, charging at Zhou Jie with unparalleled power. Zhou Jie had already slashed 48 times in a row. The moment the collision occurred, he successfully performed 50 slashes, which was close to his limit. The power of 50 slashes was almost Zhou Jie's strongest move. It was enough to kill an ordinary peak Imperial Emperor. Even Venerable Tai Hao was no match for it. Dong! The reddish-gold flames crushed the black flames in the blink of an eye and crashed down on Venerable Tai Hao's body. Impossible! Venerable Tai Hao cried out in shock. The moment the flames touched him, he actually split into two bodies. Venerable Tai Hao's body was engulfed by the flames, but it absorbed the flames like crazy. The combined power of Zhou Jie's 50 slashes was also blocked and absorbed by that body, so the other body of Venerable Tai Hao remained unscathed. I've refined this clone for tens of thousands of years and never used it. I didn't think that a Downlord of the third step from the outside world would force me into this state. Damn it, damn it! Venerable Tai Hao's face was dark as he roared madly in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to tear Zhou Jie to pieces right now. On the other side, the Xian Dao sovereign witnessed the terrifying power of Zhou Jie's slash and was also shocked. However, he didn't stop his hand seals. Instead, his hand seals became faster and faster. Countless restrictions and arrays appeared from the wheel of light behind him. After being integrated into his hand seals, they fell under his feet, ready to attack at any time. Go explode! At the same time, Venerable Tai Hao's clone, which had absorbed almost all of the power of Zhou Jie's slash, shot towards Zhou Jie like a meteor and exploded less than 1,000 meters away from Zhou Jie. The explosion of Venerable Tai Hao's clone was comparable to the destruction of a star. The dazzling power instantly tore through the universe, forcing Venerable Tai Hao and Venerable Xian Dao to retreat hastily. They didn't even dare to touch the aftershocks. Zhou Jie was the first to bear the brunt of the explosion. His expression changed slightly, and his body shrank rapidly as he used space-time displacement to flee into the distance. However, the power of the explosion was so terrifying that the aftershocks spread faster than the speed of light. With the power to destroy space-time, they chased after Zhou Jie. At the critical moment, Zhou Jie's glabella flashed, and Zack's great axe, Starbreaker, appeared. It erupted with tremendous power and blocked the aftershocks of the explosion for Zhou Jie. Dong! Under the power of space-time destruction, a Starbreaker instantly lost its light and rolled back into Zhou Jie's glabella. At the same time, dazzling golden light flowed on Zhou Jie's body. He had used the Great Sun transformation art to its limit. Then, he covered his entire body with a shield transformation and a sea god's armor. At the same time. Then, Zhou Jie directly came into contact with the aftershocks of the explosion. Chapter 4:14. Let's see if he dies now. Both Honorable Tai Hao and Honorable Xian Dao said coldly after retreating from the shockwaves. The explosion of Honorable Tai Hao's clone was controlled by his true body, which was why most of the explosion was directed at Zhou Jie. This was why Honorable Tai Hao and Honorable Xian Dao were able to retreat from the shockwaves in time, but Zhou Jie wasn't able to escape unscathed. The self-destruction of your clone is powerful enough to threaten even Downlords of the sixth step. Although this outsider is incredibly strong, he's only a Downlord of the third step. There's no way he can survive the explosion. Suddenly, both Honorable Xian Dao and Honorable Tai Hao's expressions changed at the same time. A dazzling ball of golden light suddenly appeared in the shattered space filled with light and heat, and it crashed down towards Honorable Tai Hao and Honorable Xian Dao. The dazzling golden light was actually a giant fist hundreds of meters in diameter. Zhou Jie's fist. He's still alive. Honorable Taihao cried out in shock, but he didn't slow down in the slightest. He punched out, and pitch-black flames instantly transformed into 9 roaring black dragons that met Zhou Jie's fist head-on. At the same time, Honorable Xian Dao retreated rapidly, raised a hand, and tore at his forehead. A terrifying surge of energy instantly erupted from his body, and countless runes of formations appeared on the surface of his body. Honorable Xian Dao had actually used his body as a medium to engrave a formation, and when activated, it would greatly strengthen his body. Divination, annihilation. Honorable Xian Dao was shocked by how terrifying Zhou Jie was, and for the first time, he attacked with his full strength, planning to work together with Honorable Taihao to quickly kill Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie's punch contained the Tao of the everlasting Saint Hand, and it actually borrowed the shock waves of the explosion to make it powerful enough to kill even some ordinary peak emperors. Honorable Taihao's panicked counterattack instantly collapsed when it met Zhou Jie's punch, and he was so frightened that he hurriedly formed seals to defend himself. Only then did he barely manage to negate the power of Zhou Jie's punch. Just as the power of Zhou Jie's punch was about to run out, Honorable Xian Dao pointed a finger at Zhou Jie from afar. In an instant, the remaining shock waves of the explosion around Zhou Jie's body were all gathered, and the energy within 1,000,000 meters in diameter was directly mobilized and mixed with the shock waves of the explosion, forming a giant energy vortex that surrounded Zhou Jie. The vortex almost instantly, Honorable Xian Dao's attack was shocked Xian Dao's. Although he didn't turn to look at Honorable Xian Dao, he was deeply afraid of Honorable Xian Dao. It was said that Honorable Xian Dao was the weakest among the 8 Honorable Xian Dao and was only good at studying external objects, but in his eyes, that was simply bullsh*t. Zhou Jie had a solemn expression as he stood within the vortex of energy that swept towards him, and there was even a wisp of shock in the depths of his eyes. The full-forced strike of an exalt of the Xian Dao was truly quite terrifying. Merely this move alone could allow an exalt of the Xian Dao to be at the peak of perfection in the Imperial Monarch realm. It was worth mentioning that although there was a huge gap between each stage in the Emperor's realm, the gap between peak emperors and peak emperors was actually the biggest. Peak emperors were only a threshold. Stepping over this threshold meant that one was close to mastery in a law, and the cultivator's divine body and soul had reached the limits of the universe's laws at that stage. However, there was still a huge gap between them and the universe emperor realm. Therefore, some people said that peak emperors were the true beginning of the emperor's realm, and it was also the long preparation period to break through to the universe emperor realm. Usually, the early, middle, and late stages of peak emperor's realm corresponded to the peak emperor's realm. The peak emperor's realm referred to the peak emperor's realm, the peak emperor's realm, and the peak emperor's realm. The peak emperor's realm referred to the peak emperor's realm, and the peak emperor's realm referred to the peak emperor's realm. The peak emperor's realm referred to the peak emperor's realm, and the peak emperor's realm referred to the peak emperor's realm. When all three reached the peak emperor's realm, they were extremely close to the universe emperor realm, and they could even directly enter the universe emperor realm. Therefore, this realm was called the half-step emperor's realm. The above division didn't take into account the increase in combat strength from secret techniques and treasures. If the increase in combat strength from secret techniques and treasures were taken into account, there would be a transcendent emperor's realm above the half-step emperor's realm, the pseudo-emperor's realm. Generally speaking, a half-step emperor's realm's combat strength was enough to crush a peak emperor's realm invincible, but they were almost defenseless in front of a universe emperor realm expert. The pseudo-emperor's realm expert were heaven-defying emperors who could fight against a universe emperor realm expert. Similarly, half-step transcendence and pseudo-transcendence were described in the same way. If Zhou Jie didn't utilize some of his trump cards now, then the combat strength he could display was only equivalent to the early stage of Peak Emperor's Realm, and it was close to the Peak Emperor's Realm intermediate stage. However, there was still a huge gap between him and the true Peak Emperor's Realm. Zhou Jie felt extremely pressured when facing the Venerable Xian Dao's attack, which was completely comparable to the Peak Emperor's Realm expert, and he hurriedly shrunk his body. At the same time, the Sea God's armor and shield transformation covered his body once more, and Zhou Jie executed the Infinite 100 strike with his full strength once more. Bang! Zhou Jie executed another 50 strikes in succession, and they converged into a single strike that slashed down on the shrinking vortex. Zhou Jie originally thought that even if this strike couldn't destroy the vortex, it would at least be able to tear open an opening for him to escape. However, Zhou Jie never imagined that the vortex would seem to have a life of its own. After he slashed down, the vortex had just been torn open, and the energy within the vortex madly surged into the opening. Not only did it instantly repair the opening, but it even formed another vortex to devour Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie's expression changed, and he didn't hesitate to release the Burning Sky Seal and Extreme Lightning Seal from his eyes and fuse them. Heavenly Lightning Purple Phoenix Seal. This seal practically represented the peak of Zhou Jie's two strongest laws, and it was a technique that Zhou Jie had created to utilize the strongest laws. It could be said to be a sure kill technique that was second only to the Infinite 100 strike, so its might could be imagined. Amidst the rumbling, the vortex was crazily torn apart, but it stubbornly surged and didn't collapse. Instead, it continued to shrink toward Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie was shocked again. He wasn't shocked by the power of the vortex, but its endless nature. With just this move alone, even an ordinary Peak Imperial Emperor would be amazed. On the other side, Venerable Xian Dao's expression changed slightly when he sensed Zhou Jie's fierce resistance. He hurriedly said to Venerable Tai Hao, "He's coming out. Over there, attack with all your might. Take advantage of his weakness and kill him. He's still not dead." Venerable Tai Hao's expression also changed when he heard that. Then, he revealed a ruthless expression and rushed toward the direction that Venerable Xian Dao pointed at, launching a thunderous attack. With the dual protection of the Sea God armor and the shield transformation, Zhou Jie used the Chaos 8 strikes to forcefully destroy the main part of the vortex's power. Except for the huge consumption of energy, he didn't suffer any injuries. However, as soon as Zhou Jie got out of the vortex, he was attacked by Venerable Tai Hao. A total of 27 black flaming dragons roared and completely blocked Zhou Jie's escape route. Holy Phoenix Talisman. At the critical moment, Zhou Jie finally used the Holy Phoenix Talisman. In an instant, a crimson light flashed out from between his eyebrows and turned into an illusory milky white bird head. It opened its mouth and swallowed the 27 black flaming dragons, leaving no power behind. Everything happened in a flash. After the black flaming dragons were swallowed, the Holy Phoenix Talisman that left between Zhou Jie's eyebrows disappeared again. In the eyes of Venerable Tai Hao and Venerable Xian Dao, it seemed that Zhou Jie did nothing. Suddenly, there was a flash of white light, and the 27 black flaming dragons disappeared. After the crisis was resolved, Zhou Jie's eyes flashed coldly. He immediately rushed toward Venerable Tai Hao and activated the Chaos 8 strikes to the limit. The universe primordial flame poured out like a golden river with overwhelming power. Venerable Tai Hao's expression changed greatly. He gritted his teeth and quickly made a gesture. The black-red light around him was immediately activated and turned into a stream of light that swooped down at Zhou Jie like a dragon. "Xian Dao, give me a hand!" Venerable Tai Hao had long regarded Zhou Jie as a strong opponent. He was afraid that he would not be able to defeat him even if he used all his strength, so he immediately sent a voice transmission to Venerable Xian Dao for help. Venerable Xian Dao's eyes flickered. He suddenly understood something. When he received Venerable Tai Hao's voice transmission, he raised his hand and tore between his eyebrows and sent a voice transmission to Venerable Tai Hao. After I help you kill him, I'll have the first pick of half of his treasures. After sending the voice transmission, Venerable Xian Dao did not care about Venerable Tai Hao's answer at all. A power even stronger than before burst out from between his eyebrows and merged into his right hand, Heavenly Secret Finger Kill. Chapter 4:15. As he spoke, the Venerable raised his right ring finger and pointed it at Zhou Jie from afar. In an instant, the countless light wheels and formations behind and under the Venerable collapsed, turning into streaks of light that surged into the starry sky and gradually condensed into a huge, illusory golden finger. Zhou Jie and Venerable Tai Hao clashed. In close combat, Zhou Jie displayed the power of his divine martial arts, and as his two blades crossed, Venerable Tai Hao was forced to retreat. His expression changed greatly, and he was forced to flee. All of this occurred in practically an instant. At the same time, the golden illusory finger gradually condensed into material form, and it rumbled as it struck down towards Zhou Jie. The energy and matter in the starry sky within a radius of millions of miles were mobilized by the finger and transformed into its power. Under the finger, Zhou Jie felt as if he was facing the destructive power of the starry sky, making him feel an irresistible pressure. Holy Phoenix Talisman, Fire Spirit Soldiers, appear. The Venerable Tai Hao's finger was too powerful, and Zhou Jie believed that he could not resist it without using the Holy Phoenix Talisman. If this continued, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. Zhou Jie realized that he had to end the battle quickly. However, he no longer wanted to kill Venerable Tai Hao and Venerable Tai Hao. Instead, he planned to break through their blockade and enter the other world. As long as he entered the other world, Venerable Tai Hao and Venerable Tai Hao would not dare to pursue him. Otherwise, if the king of the other world appeared, they would be in danger of losing their lives. As Zhou Jie roared, the Holy Phoenix Talisman shone again between his eyebrows and turned into a streak of white light that shot into the starry sky. Under the dazzling white radiance, 10,000 soldiers that seemed to be made of white flames instantly appeared from the sacred Phoenix Talisman. Even the armor on their bodies was vivid and lifelike, except that there were white flames dancing on the surface. The huge golden finger pointed down at this moment, and the 10,000 fire spirit soldiers were about to be touched by the fingertip. Under Zhou Jie's control, the 10,000 fire spirit soldiers roared at the sky. Immediately, an illusory white fire phoenix appeared and went straight to the golden finger. Boom! Boom! The golden finger was hit by the fire phoenix, and the fingertip immediately cracked, causing the surrounding void to collapse into the distance. However, the golden finger seemed to have endless power. With a slight tremble, it crushed the fire phoenix and instantly absorbed a large amount of cosmic energy to repair the fingertip. Then, it continued to press down. Zhou Jie looked solemn. He controlled the fire spirit soldiers to form a formation and thrust their spears. In an instant, a milky white flame spear appeared in the 10,000 fire spirit soldiers' hands and connected with each other. The next moment, the 10,000 fire spirit soldiers thrust their spears at once. The spear turned into a giant spear that pierced the golden finger with incredible speed and power. Bang! The golden finger was pierced by the flaming spear and ignited in an instant. The energy that had gathered in the finger was incinerated, causing the golden finger to crumble at an extremely fast speed. It looked as if it had been incinerated by the flames. Seeing this, Zhou Jie stepped forward without saying a word. When the sea god's armor left his body expanded to 10,000 feet. He punched the golden finger with a dazzling golden light and shattered it completely. It turned into a torrent of cosmic energy and scattered in all directions. After smashing the golden finger with one punch, Zhou Jie felt a dull pain in his body, as if it was about to crack. He knew that his body couldn't take it after using the secret method so many times. Therefore, he narrowed his eyes. While his body shrank again, he controlled the 10,000 fire spirit soldiers to launch a charge. Boom, boom, boom! The 10,000 fire spirit soldiers turned into a white beam of light and rushed straight to the alien world crack in the distance. The void collapsed wherever they passed. It was unstoppable. Zhou Jie burst out at full speed and followed the fire spirit soldiers to the alien world crack. At the same time, he used the Holy Phoenix Talisman to command the law of fire of the universe to condense in his left eye and crazily strengthen the power of the burning sky seal. When Venerable Tai Hao and Venerable Xian Dao saw the 10,000 fire spirit soldiers charging at them, their faces changed greatly. They didn't dare to have the slightest thought of resisting and quickly retreated. However, when they noticed that Zhou Jie was following the fire spirit soldiers and trying to sneak into the alien world, their faces turned cold and they attacked again without hesitation. Venerable Tai Hao controlled the black sword to stab at Zhou Jie, while Venerable Xian Dao cast a complicated seal to temporarily seal Zhou Jie so that Venerable Tai Hao could take the opportunity to kill him. However, Zhou Jie was prepared. Facing the attack of the two venerables, the burning sky seal condensed the power of the law of fire in his left eye, shot out and turned into an explosive sea of fire that swept toward Venerable Tai Hao and Venerable Xian Dao, swallowing their attacks along the way. Having no time to care about the result of the burning sky seal's attack, Zhou Jie roared and sped up to the limit. He broke through the layer of space below the void and flashed behind the fire spirit soldiers. At the same time, the fire spirit weapon's charge hit the restriction of the strange world crack. Suddenly, it broke open a big hole and rushed into it. Zhou Jie flashed and also entered the strange world crack. When Venerable Tai Hao and Venerable Xian Dao found that Zhou Jie had already rushed into the alien world after destroying the burning sky seal, their faces turned ugly. After exchanging a look, Venerable Xian Dao said, "The sovereign has an agreement with the emperor of the alien world. We can't easily step into the alien world. This matter ends here. When I return, I will report to the sovereign and let him decide." After saying that, Venerable Xian Dao glanced at the alien world crack's restriction that was closing and disappeared with a flick of his sleeve, leaving behind a gloomy and silent Venerable Tai Hao. Zhou Jie used the fire spirit soldiers to open a path and rushed straight into the alien world's starry sky. With a boom, he rushed for thousands of miles. No one knew what he crashed into along the way, but anything touched by the fire spirit soldiers was turned into ashes. There was nothing that could stop them. Zhou Jie sensed that the crack behind him was gradually closing and that Venerable Tai Hao and Venerable Xian Dao really didn't chase after him. With a thought, he controlled the Holy Phoenix Talisman to recall the 10,000 fire spirit soldiers. As a result, the area within thousands of miles that was illuminated by the fire instantly fell into boundless darkness. Not even a speck of starlight could be seen. Zhou Jie was not in a good state at the moment. Although he had shown that he could suppress the two venerables in the battle just now and didn't seem to have suffered any obvious injuries, in fact, Zhou Jie had consumed a huge amount of energy. He had even overdrawn himself. Moreover, both his soul and divine body were exhausted. The reason why Zhou Jie had chosen to rush into the other world at all costs was that he had almost exhausted all of his strength. He couldn't fight anymore. In the end, my cultivation isn't enough. If I could reach the peak of the Imperial Emperor realm, I'd probably be able to kill those two venerables. Zhou Jie thought to himself as he scanned the surroundings with his perception. Suddenly, his expression changed. It turned out that after Zhou Jie's perception extended to millions of miles away, he found that a large number of alien world monsters were rushing toward him. The number was so large that Zhou Jie roughly estimated that there were hundreds of thousands of them, and this didn't include those outside of his perception. Of course, most of these hundreds of thousands of alien world monsters were very weak to Zhou Jie, even if some of them had reached the Lord rank. The reason why Zhou Jie's expression changed was that he was surprised by the speed at which these alien world monsters appeared. It should be known that less than 10 seconds after Zhou Jie entered the alien world, hundreds of thousands of monsters were rushing toward him. If this wasn't a coincidence, then it could only be said that this alien world's starry sky was filled with a large number of monsters at all times. If this was really the case, then it would be a little shocking. In fact, as Zhou Jie thought, there were countless monsters in this alien world, almost all over the starry sky. On average, one monster could be found every 100 miles. Zhou Jie had just opened a path with the fire spiritual weapon, and everything in the vicinity was burned to ashes. Therefore, a large number of alien world monsters were cleared, resulting in a blank area. At this moment, Zhou Jie put away the sacred phoenix talisman, and the monsters in the distance were attracted by the fire just now, so a large number of alien world monsters gathered in large numbers. After a moment of surprise, Zhou Jie was overjoyed. His purpose in coming to the alien world was to cultivate the blood sea tactics, and the cultivation method was very simple and crude, which was to constantly kill and absorb the blood energy of creatures to condense the blood sea, and finally condense the initial blood sea into a drop of blood. And with that drop of condensed blood sea, Zhou Jie could try to awaken the divine bloodline in his body, the power passed down by the ancestor of the Zhou holy ground, using the method taught by the ancient divine emperor. According to the ancient divine emperor, the method of becoming a divine bloodline had already merged with the origin law of the universe, and stood at the same height as it. Therefore, the bloodline inheritance of the divine bloodline was the origin law of the universe, which would not disappear for countless years. When the descendants awakened the bloodline, it was as if they directly obtained the power of the origin law of the universe, so they could be directly baptized by the origin law of the universe, and thus obtain the opportunity to break through. Zhou Jie possessed the Cosmos Emperor bloodline. Once it was awakened, if he was only a step away from the Cosmos Emperor realm, he might even be able to rely on this opportunity to directly step into the Cosmos Emperor realm, saving the time that ordinary people might need to cultivate for hundreds of millions of years to take this step. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.